Welcome to the Obama Foundation Democracy Forum. Our program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take this time to find your seats and silence all mobile devices.
All right, we're going to do one more poll before we kick things off here. One more poll. So again, you're going to need your phone, and I'll give you those instructions again. You got to open the CVent app on this thing called a mobile device. Step 2, there's a calendar icon. Click on the calendar icon. Step 3, click on the session Spot the Real News. And then you're going to submit your answer. All right, let's see what the question is. Which part of the Obama Foundation's mission resonates with you the most? A, inspire. B, empower. C, connect. Place your votes now. Here are the results. Voting is still coming in a little bit. A, inspire. B, empower. C, connect. That's how everyone is voting.
Our program will begin soon. Please take this time to find your seats. Please welcome to the stage your host, Emmy-nominated storyteller and producer, the co-creator of How to Citizen, Baratunde Thurston.
Hey! What's up, everybody? Make some noise! Yeah! I see the podium over there, but as your host, I believe in no separation between me and the people, so I'm gonna hang out over here. That good? I wanna welcome everybody to the 2023 Obama Foundation Democracy Forum. We are live in beautiful Chicago. Yeah. As public TikTok historian Sherman Dilla Thomas says, everything dope about America comes from Chicago. That's definitely true when it comes to the 44th president, less so when it comes to the cold. Why are we doing this in November, y'all? What's up? There are other months available. To my people watching on the live stream, congratulations on being smart and cozy, and welcome virtually to this gathering today. President Obama gave his final address in this very building. I was there. Were you? Some of you were there. We are here in November because we're celebrating 15 years of his election. Can we just have a moment to just acknowledge that? That campaign was so inspiring. I'm still inspired, and it was hard to see it go. But when he left, he spoke from the McCormick Center. He said some things that were really inspiring. He said the strength of our democracy depends on our participation. It depends on each of us accepting the responsibility of citizenship. He called citizen the most important office in a democracy. And that's very easy for a president to say, but he was right. And I share this belief. I have built so much of my work around trying to weave that into my work. I'm a storyteller weaving together a better story of us. You can see it in my writing in the new media startup Puck. You can see it on screen in my PBS series America Outdoors. But most centrally, you can hear it in the podcast and growing movement we call How to Citizen, a show and project where we take the word citizen not as a legal status, but as a verb, as something we do. And there are 4 principles behind this which align so well with this foundation. Number 1, to citizen is to participate. Just assume there's something for you to do. It's not somebody else's job. It doesn't mean you have to run the meeting. Hello, my fellow men. But it does mean we need to show up. To citizen is to understand power. As Eric Liu from Citizen University says, we need to become literate in power. And there are many forms: physical, financial, gathering, sharing ideas, attention. What you give your attention to, you give your power to. Hello, social media. The citizen is to commit to the collective, to understand that we can be selfish so long as we expand the idea of self, that when we listen to Heather McGhee and recognize this is not a zero-sum game, we listen to Valerie Jarrett and recognize the stranger as a part of ourselves, we just don't know yet. And most importantly, to citizen is to invest in relationships with yourself, with others, with the planet around you, because there is a myth and a lie separating us from all these other parts of ourselves. Now, this foundation is all about inspiring, empowering, and connecting the people who are renewing our democracy. Make some noise if you are down with renewing democracy. I know that when we look at our screens and doom scroll, we can hear a story of our failure, our dysfunction, our division. Some of that is true, but it is not the whole truth. There is another truth, that this renewed democracy is already here. It's the story we tell on How to Citizen. It's the story you're a part of. And so just humbly, I am honored to be a part of this day with you. We are all here because we know how far we've come and we know how far we have to go. Everybody in history believes that their time is the special time. We're all basically nowists. We're like, now is special, now is different. But it is different right now. The pace and range of change is beyond things we've experienced before. The climate is changing the literal ground beneath our feet. The economy is changing how we find resources and how we find purpose. Technology is changing our relationships, our reality, and our truth. All of this is happening at the same time. And stuck in this convergent sea of change, we got our democracy, struggling to remain relevant, to provide us with the tools we need to live together well with the planet, with these machines, and with each other. Can we do it? Yes, we can. Will we do it? Yes, we will. It is up to us. So this forum is especially focused on technological change and the moment that we're in. I am so excited to learn with you today from leading activists, from thought leaders, and yes, from change makers who have thoughts and answers to the challenges and opportunities posed by these very, very special times. So when I say fired up, I want you to say ready to go. Fired up? Ready to go. Fired up? Ready to go. Fired up? Ready to go. Y'all ready to do this? Yes. I'm ready to do this. I want you to welcome to the stage the longest-serving senior advisor to any U.S. president in history, the member of too many boards to name, the CEO of the Obama Foundation, and the person who has the actually right spelling of her name, Valerie Jarrett. Let's go, y'all. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Hello, Chicago! Dope Chicago. I like that. Hello, everyone. Have a seat, have a seat. It is so good to see you all. Welcome. And I want to thank you all for joining, those of you who are here in McCormick Place, and to our live audience who are tuning in around the world. Welcome to the Obama Foundation's second annual Democracy Forum. How happy are we to be here? Now, I have to say at the outset, I have to express what I know is on everyone's mind. The deeply troubling events around the world, from the profoundly distressing war launched by Russia in Ukraine over a year ago, to now the deadly conflict in the Middle East, which is having a ripple effect in terms of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and xenophobia everywhere, including, let's face it, right here in the US. I too was heartbroken to see the gut-wrenching attack on Israel that killed more than 1,400 people since October 7th, with over 200 people still held hostage. I'm also devastated by the overwhelming scale of current suffering and death in Gaza, with now at least 9,000 people dead. So many innocent lives have been taken in the most horrific way. And I have heard volumes from many of the program participants, our staff at the foundation, supporters, friends who have shared firsthand how they and those they know and those they love have been impacted. And I know far too many here in America are living with a new reality of fear. I also know all of this is weighing heavily on those of us who cherish our democracy values, abhor violence, and are working towards peace, just and inclusive societies in which all of our children can flourish. So, that is to say, as we go into today, though I have a heavy heart, I also have a hopeful spirit. Why is my spirit so hopeful? Because of the work so many of you are doing to make the world a better place. We are here because we firmly know that we have more in common than not. And so today we can lift up our leaders who demonstrate that we can work to solve the challenges ahead. For the Foundation's mission, as you heard from Baratunde, is to inspire, empower, and connect people to change the world. And our work focusing on preparing that next generation, some of who are here with us today, many of who are here with us today, to better tackle the urgent challenges we collectively face. After all, it's all of you who are attuned to the changes that are taking place around the world. You will be the ones who renew our democratic culture and ensure democracies can deliver for all of our communities. During today's event, we'll be exploring a range of complex issues, from how we can develop meaningful human connections, find common ground, develop resiliency during times of alarming isolation, anxiety, and stress, to how AI and rapid globalization are impacting our economic systems and our strategies, to how to build a safer and a more inclusive economy. We'll also explore ways to break down the barriers that prevent active civic participation in our democratic process, and spotlight how to better foster a pluralistic culture. As a very proud Chicagoan, Chicago in the house, how may I am so thrilled that our mission will have a permanent physical home at the Obama Presidential Center on the south side of Chicago. That center is going to be the place for discussions just like the ones we're going to have today, a laboratory for positive change, an economic engine for the city, and a beacon of hope for the world. I'm thrilled that construction on the center recently reached the halfway mark, bringing us closer to opening our doors in the fall of 2025. Be there. I'm also very proud, not just for what we are building, but how we are building it. We've actively engaged the surrounding community in the planning since day one, and we have awarded both our contracts and jobs to reflect the richly diverse talent in our city. And we want to share both the what and the how so we can all learn from our accomplishments, what's worked and what's been challenging. None of this work would be possible without our community, our neighbors in the area surrounding the center, our local construction partners, and the support of the city of Chicago, both its citizens and its government. I joined local government in Chicago in 1987, looking around this room, perhaps before some of you were born. I know. Believe me, I know. I joined under former Mayor Harold Washington, and I spent 8 years full-time and 8 years part-time working for the city. I've now worked closely with 6 mayors, and I understand the immense challenges and incredible opportunities that come with the privilege of leading this great city. I believe the success of our mayors is determined by whether they wake up every single day driven by what is best for all of our citizens, not just for some of our citizens. I believe Mayor Brandon Johnson understands this and has surrounded himself with people, many of whom I worked with back in the day quite closely, who share his values and his vision. It was a pleasure to meet him soon after he was elected in his office in City Hall, and it was really a delight to welcome he and his team out to our job site last month to see the progress of our construction, which would not be possible without a lot of support from the city. And we look forward to partnering with him and his team in the months and years to come. And so now I'm delighted to welcome to the stage an example of a leader who is willing to step forward and take on the challenges of this moment. Please join me in welcoming Mayor Brandon Johnson.
Wow, thank you so much, Valerie, for that introduction. Thank you for your incredible work. And good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. What an incredible honor it is for me to welcome you all to the greatest freaking city in the world, the city of Chicago, for the Obama Foundation Democracy Forum. You know, I say this on behalf of all of Chicago. I am so grateful that you are here because your presence certainly enriches our city. So I fully expect you all to do that and spend as much money as possible so I can make the critical investments to transform our democracy. Chicago is vibrant, diverse, it's an exciting city, and I want to encourage you to explore it. We do have a rich history and a story that is unique to the rest of the world. Every single neighborhood has a story, including, of course, Jackson Park, on the south side of Chicago. Yes, a West Sider can shout out the south side of Chicago because we look forward to the opening of the Obama Presidential Center. What better place is there to gather and to discuss the future of our democracy than President Obama's hometown of Chicago? It was here where a young Barack Obama found a passion for activism and community organizing. It was here where he launched his political career that would eventually shape our nation for the better. It is also here through this forum today where that history will intersect with our future progress. It is with immense pride that I welcome you to Chicago for these important discussions about our democracy. I'm particularly thrilled to see young people, the emerging leaders participating in this forum, because young people represent not just the future of our democracy, they represent today's promise of our democracy. Their participation is so critical to today's discussions. Now, many of you all know that my background is that I used to be a middle school teacher before becoming, thank you very much. Usually when I say middle school teacher, people just start to put away funding for my therapy. No better position to prepare you to become the mayor of the city of Chicago than teaching middle school in the city of Chicago. But working with our city's young people every day in the classroom showed me the fundamental truth about young people being natural leaders. The very essence of progress and innovation lies in the potential of our young people. They have the unique ability to challenge and question the status quo with boundless optimism and creativity. And furthermore, in a constantly evolving world, the fresh perspectives of our young people are invaluable. We can see it today that young people are not just our future. As I said, they are our present leaders. And to all of the scholars, youth organization leaders, and members here today, thank you for being a part of that change. In fact, I am not here without young people. I won by 26,532 votes. 27,000 new voters voted in April that did not vote in February, all under the age of 34. I am mayor of Chicago because of young people. And if you're 34 and you didn't know you're young, you're welcome. In the U.S., our democratic principles are facing challenges like never before. And today's forum recognizes that we are in an era marked by misinformation, deep fakes, and the rapid evolution of AI. It seems almost impossible to reach across the political aisle and find compromise when two sides are opening and operating with completely different sets of beliefs. But it's also very disturbing that they have a different set of facts and truths. This challenge compels us to be innovative and, most importantly, to unite and protect our democracy. And only through collective action and dialogue can we forge a path forward to build a stronger, more resilient democracy. And only through collaboration and compromise can we harness the power of technology while remaining vigilant against its misuse. This is a daunting task, but if there is one thing President Obama taught us, is that change is possible. In fact, to quote him, 2008, if there is anyone out there who still doubts that America is a place where all things are possible, who still wonders if the dream of our founders is alive in our time, who still questions the power of our democracy, tonight is your answer. His election demonstrated that the people of this great nation have the power to come together and pursue change, meaning that we can face these challenges head on. Change begins here today. Today, convening with shared ideas, discovering solutions to the greatest challenges that our nation and our world has ever faced. And following today, we must continue to find ways to work together and work with those who may not always agree with us. That's how we're going to strengthen our economy. That's how we're going to strengthen our democracy. And being one of 10, a middle child, can tell you, if I can survive a house with 9 siblings in one bathroom, anything is possible. Today, we must not only see this as a platform for discussion, but a call to action. I call to stand for democracy, safeguards its integrity, and shape a future where people can truly participate in all of our institutions. I pledge to you that the city of Chicago, a city that has always stood for the values of freedom, equality, and justice, will be steadfast in our partnership to do this work together. This city will always embrace progress and serve as a battleground for change. And I thank you all for being here in the city of Chicago, because this is the city that Dr. King said when he arrived, if we can do it in Chicago, we can do it anywhere in the world. This is also the city where a man said, let's keep hope alive. This is also a city that birthed an organizer that said, yes, we can. And I believe that not only can we are. As we look forward on this journey, we're going to embark upon some of the greatest challenges, but we're going to do it together to build a more perfect union. I hope and pray that the discussions today are inspiring, informative, and of course, it empowers us. And of course, I'm looking forward that in 2024, the Democratic National Convention being hosted right here in Chicago, while the grand opening of the Obama Presidential Center is near. Let me tell you, as Dr. King said, if we can do it in Chicago, we can do it anywhere in the world. And because we are doing it in Chicago, we know that the rest of the world has tremendous hope. So congratulations on your work today. Thank you all for your commitment to democracy. And we look forward to you spending as much money as you possibly can in the greatest freaking city in the world, the city of Chicago. Thank you all. God bless you.
The Obama Presidential Center is going to have global interest. It'll really shine the spotlight on Chicago and on the South Side, where we can celebrate the home of our first African-American president.
This is the place where Mrs. Obama was born. It's the place where President Obama really found his footing as a community organizer. It's the place where they came together, where they raised their family.
The Obama Presidential Museum will celebrate President and Mrs. Obama's legacy in a really unique way, because they're telling the story of the presidency kind of in the context of the overall history of the country. But I think the important note is that the Obama Presidential Center is going to be accessible to everyone, whether you're a museum goer or not. President and Mrs. Obama's vision for it is it's really kind of an active place 24/7.
The foundation is committed to working with the community, both in thinking through the design and construction, but also employing a very diverse workforce on the construction of the center. We have gone to a lot of community meetings and got a lot of community input, and the project's better because of it. There's no question about it. We're committed to, keeping that dialogue going, all the way through the construction of the project.
Please welcome to the stage CEO of the Obama Foundation, Valerie Jarrett. the Governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, and the co-founder and executive director of Protect Democracy, Ian Bassan.
Well, hello again, everybody. Thank you, Governor Moore and Ian Bassan, for joining us as we kick off the Democracy Forum. So as President Obama always says, the story of America is a story of progress, rooted in our democracy, but we can't afford to take it for granted, and it is not self-executing. We all know the progress can be fragile and require our constant engagement and hard work. I mean, like really hard work. I think we've all felt our democracies are under strain in the past few years, whether from threats and actions of authoritarians or the dysfunction of our institutions. We've had the upheaval of the pandemic, historic swings in our climate, inflation globally, and we have seen the impact of technologies such as AI and generative AI accelerating the pace of change and fundamentally altering how we interact with each other and the content and forms of the news that we consume. Right now, technology is poised to fundamentally transform how we work, communicate, and connect in American society. And once again, our democracy hangs in the balance. We know how urgent it is for all of us to do our part as organizations, leaders, and engaged citizens to strengthen our democratic culture and renew our trust in our institutions and in each other. Today, we're going to examine the ways that our information landscape is changing rapidly. We know that if it is turbocharged by rapidly accelerating technology, making it easier for us to be polarized, question the reality around us, and erode trust in government and other institutions that are actually fundamental to our democracy. That's why we want to begin today with two leaders who I know and respect immensely. Maryland's Governor Wes Moore, who took office just in January of this year, and who was formerly the CEO of the Robin Hood Foundation, working to address issues stemming from poverty in the city of New York. The first time Governor Moore called me at the beginning of his campaign, he was polling about where Barack Obama was at the beginning of his Senate campaign, single digits. But you know what he said? He said, I'm going to earn your trust and I'm going to earn your faith every single day, which is to me the mark of a good public servant who appreciates you can't take it for granted. And Ian Bassan, who is the co-founder and the executive director of Protect Democracy, works to prevent our democracy from declining into more authoritarian forms of government. And I had the pleasure of seeking his wise counsel often while we were in the White House. Together, we're going to explore some of the alarming trends we're seeing and valuable, replicable approaches to strengthening trust in our institutions at a time when we need it most. So, we're going to get started. Ian, I'm going to start with you. So let's begin. Your approach to this work is from a structural perspective of the fundamental laws and rules and social norms that are required in a democratic system and the vital role that institutions play in securing democracy. Tell us what you've been seeing around the world and why it is so important for us to pay attention to ways in which we should be revitalizing our waning institutions at a time like this.
Well, thanks, Valerie, and to everyone for being here. Obviously, we're here at a Democracy Forum because democracy is facing deep challenges around the world from a rising tide of illiberal, populist authoritarianism. And I think it's important that we understand how this new breed of authoritarianism works. It's not like the 20th century, right? Democracies don't die these days typically through tanks rolling through the town square. What Russia is doing in Ukraine is the exception. Typically in the 21st century, these authoritarian movements work like Trojan horses. They normally come to power through an elected leader who then, once inside, dismantles the system from within. And there's a very similar playbook that you see across the world. From Turkey to Hungary, from India to Brazil, you see 7 things happen. You see these movements politicize independent institutions like the civil service, law enforcement, the military. Second, you see them spread disinformation. We'll talk about that today. Third, you see them aggrandize executive power, undercut checks and balances. Fourth, you see them quash dissent. Fifth, you see them delegitimize and scapegoat vulnerable groups. That is the tyrant's favorite tool since antiquity, because if you can pit people against each other on the basis of race or religion or sexual orientation, it's easier to pick their pockets of money and power. Sixth, they corrupt elections, and finally, they incite violence. And we've seen all of that play out here in recent years, and it feeds on a lack of trust, right? A lack of trust in government. We are living at a time when fewer than 2 in 10 Americans believe government does the right thing most of the time. And if you don't trust your government, then it's hard to hand over power voluntarily, and the only way to rule is by force. Lack of trust in the opposite political party, which is at its lowest point in decades. And if you don't trust the opposite party, how do you hand over power peacefully, which is necessary in democracy? Finally, lack of trust in one another. Over the last 50 years, Americans' trust in each other has been cut in half. And we've got to restore all of those elements of trust to prevent that authoritarian playbook from playing out. And I cannot think of a better group of people to lead that than Valerie, the governor, and everybody in this room.
Thank you so much for that. And it's a perfect segue, Governor, to you, because you are, in a sense, the embodiment of an elected official, in my opinion, who's done it right. You were elected in a richly diverse state, as I mentioned just earlier this year. And in the 10 months since you've been in office, you have passed 100 pieces of legislation and signed them into law. Now, I'm not sure Congress has passed 100 bills in the last 10 years, right? I mean, let's just be honest here. And so I think what this audience is really interested in is exactly how did you accomplish that?
You know, and first, it is an absolute joy to be with both of you and to be with each and every one of you. It's very humbling. And I think about every single bill that we have introduced during our time, during our legislative sessions that I've been governor. Every single bill that our administration has introduced, we also have gotten each and every one of them passed bipartisan, with both Democrat and Republican supports. And I say that because really what it's been, it's a continuation of how we campaigned has been how we've governed. Where, I mean, I remember going out and we were campaigning everywhere around the state of Maryland, even areas that ended up not voting for us. And I remember once having a conversation with someone with a group in Baltimore County. And I was telling them about my plan for small businesses, how we want to help small businesses. And a gentleman said to me, he said, listen, I really like what you're saying. He said, but I got to tell you, I'm on the other side. And I was like, what does that mean? And he's like, it just means I'm a Republican. And I told him, I said, do you know a question I never once asked my soldiers when I was leading soldiers in combat? What's your political party? I was like, it didn't come up. It wasn't something we ever talked about. We had one job, one mission, one goal. And the way we just decided to approach the work is you've got to do the work and you got to show up. You need to be willing to go anywhere and everywhere. You need to be willing to make your case. You need to be willing to show people that the policies that you're pushing forward, that they actually have an intention of benefiting everybody, because if you continue to have pockets of individuals who are repeatedly left out of a system, that is going to harm everybody. If you repeatedly have people who are not seen, then eventually no one is able to move forward. And so I think part of the approach that we really have tried to take is how do we essentially depoliticize politics? How can we come up with a new type of frame and something where, you know, I remember once we went out to Western Maryland because they were having a boil water advisory, and I saw a mayor out in a town called Lonaconing, and he said, Governor, he said, do me a favor, turn 360 degrees. And so I did. And he said, there's only one guarantee I can make to you. You didn't see a Democrat within 5 miles of anywhere you just looked. And he said, but I tell you what, you're the first governor that's been here since 1996. You got to show up. And if you're willing to do the work, you're actually willing to make some pretty special things happen and bring more people along for the ride as well.
Thank you, Governor. Gives us a little inspiration that there's still hope out there. So I want to follow up with you, Governor, on a question. So one of the issues that we've been talking about for a while now, and it was actually the focus of our Democracy Forum last year, is disinformation. And I remember, as maybe some of you do, during President Obama's first race for president, there was a rumor that began circulating, ridiculous rumor in my opinion, that he was not born in this country. And I remember at the time hearing and going, well, nobody's going to believe that. That's ridiculous. wrong. So the question I have, I want to begin with you, Governor, and then Ian, you as well, is it how do you decide as governor what disinformation you're going to try to correct and what you're just going to ignore? And I think one of the lessons we learned is that some of it you really just can't ignore. You have to, and just because you think that it's beginning in a social media, small, tiny little site that nobody's paying attention to, we've all learned over the years that it can mushroom and become people's reality. And whether it's, where you're born or who won the election, we're having a hard time with facts. So how do you handle that in your office? Because you're facing it in a way that we really didn't early on with the advent of so much social media.
And it's a great question, and it is really hard because I know we experienced it during the campaign, where you turn around and be like, wait a second, I said what, or I did what? I mean, and we found ourselves, my opponent in the general election was, an election denier who, when asked about things like, would you support the results of the election, his answer was, well, it depends on what the results of the election are. I was like, that's fascinating. But this is a reality that we just have to be able to wrestle with and work through. I very much live under a philosophy of don't let things that don't matter too much, right? Don't spend time on things that frankly just are not going to have any real long-term relevance to you or your life. Don't give people oxygen who frankly don't deserve it and haven't earned it. But you have to be able to distinguish between those things that are so problematic and begin to rot at your core truths and rot at your core values, because you have a right to defend yourself in those things. Now, the thing we have to remember in all this, though, is the same vehicles that we have that people are using for misinformation, we can actually use for information, right? The same tools that people are using to try to cast doubt or spread lies, you can actually use to infuse truth and spread light. And so I think it does become important for all of us in our work and all of us to think about the work that we are doing, both being able to have that mark of distinction about which things are you making things that don't matter too much, but also it's up to us to be just as creative and just as thoughtful about how we're using these tools to be able to spread truth and spread our mission and to be able to bring people on board, as people will spend their time trying to use them as ways to discredit and lie and undermine.
Thank you. So Ian, I know obviously you're looking at this from a global perspective, but also in the United States. What are some of the strategies that you think are most effective for combating disinformation?
Well, there's a reason why we're seeing this rise of disinformation at the same time that we're seeing this erosion of trust. Because if you don't trust your neighbors, or you only trust certain segments of them, you're going to believe some people no matter what they say, and you're not going to believe other people no matter what they say. And so getting at the problem also means getting at sort of this underlying foundation of our social fabric. And the truth is that our elected officials and our government almost always are downstream of the way citizens act. And if we as citizens meet each other and see our differences with suspicion and hostility and fear, then our elected officials are going to do the same. Right? And authoritarians thrive on that sort of division. And misinformation and disinformation thrives on that sort of division. But if we meet each other as citizens and we see our differences and meet them with curiosity as an opportunity to learn, an opportunity for connection, well, you know what? Then our elected officials are going to start doing that as well. You know, someone we all know once said you can disagree without being disagreeable. That drew me into the campaign because it talks about what we have in common and how we can actually link up together in a democracy. Alexis de Tocqueville described that sort of behavior as the habits of the heart that, as he saw it, were the underpinning of having a representative democracy in the United States. And I don't think I've ever seen that habit of the heart beat more loudly than it did when this group of people was kind of leading us in a new direction in this country back in 2008. And I think it is therefore up to this group of people to rekindle that and bring that to our everyday activities with our neighbors because that, I think, is how we get at this disinformation problem. And I'll end with just a personal story. When I graduated college, I used to hang out at this great dive bar in Brooklyn that was like the epitome of New York as a melting pot. I mean, it was like the Italian community and the Hasidic Jewish community and the Puerto Rican community and a bunch of recent college graduates. They all get together and watch Yankee games. And my bartender there, who's a former corrections officer at Rikers Island, we've stayed in touch for the last 15, 20 years. He's gotten deep into what I view as some of the deep dis and misinformation that is circulating, especially in some of these authoritarian circles in this country. But we can talk about it because we trust each other. And I will listen to him and his opinions, and he will listen to me, and that's where it starts.
So it does start there with people learning to trust one another. But, I want to stay with you for a minute. How does that translate into the strengthening the trust of institutions? Because institutions are one of the pillars of our democracy. And oftentimes what I have found as I've traveled around this country is there is a disconnect between what citizens are talking about, let's say around their kitchen table, and how they view the institutions, and this lack of confidence that they're having currently in the institutions that they rely upon to help our democracies function. I mean, just when you think about the legislative process, as people are watching the legislative process, they have to believe in it, that it's going to end up in a result that's actually good for them in order for them to have faith in the institutions. So tell us a little bit, about your thoughts on institutions and how we strengthen them.
Well, Valerie, you're calling me back to 2009, and for a lot of people in this room who may have served in the Obama administration, if you served in the first 3 years, then probably when you entered government as a political appointee, either I or Norm Eisen, who's here somewhere, probably met with you in your first couple days and talked to you about how no matter what you were coming into government to do, whether you were coming to work on health care or tax policy or foreign policy, before you could do any of that, you had to prove to the American people that they could trust you to represent them and exercise power on their behalf. Because if you couldn't restore that sort of faith in the institution of government, then all the other stuff wasn't going to happen. Nobody was going to trust us to do anything we wanted to do. And so I called on everyone to put aside whatever the issue was that you were working on and make sure that you were abiding by the principles of democratic government first in order to build up that capital of trust. And so now, 15 years later, I want to make a similar plea, because the plea then was about investing together, regardless of our policy preferences, in that fundamental foundation of democracy. And here's, I think, the way that we need to do that today to restore and build faith in our democracy. Back in 2017, our organization hosted a summit on democracy. We invited leaders from around the world who've been squaring off against authoritarian movements to talk to us. And at the end, we asked them, what's the one piece of advice you have for those of us here in America? You've been dealing with authoritarians overseas, for how to confront this moment. And an opposition minister from Poland, Agnieszka Pomaska, said, don't let the pro-democracy coalition fracture. And she had learned that from bitter experience in Poland, where an illiberal nationalist party had governed for almost a decade with only plurality support, because the pro-democracy forces had fractured. Well, a couple weeks ago in Poland, finally, the pro-democracy forces didn't fracture. They came together and they pulled off a stunning upset of the illiberal nationalist authoritarian curious party. And it proved that adage. And so the thing I want to urge us all today to do to rebuild trust in our democracy is we need to, there's a lot of division, a lot of really difficult issues where we may, even in this room, deeply disagree. But we need to bring people together, progressives, moderates, and conservatives, behind democracy and tell a narrative story that for all the flaws that democracy has, it's slow, it's imperfect, it's painful, it doesn't always work, it's still the worst form of government except for all the others. And if we tell that story together across differences, no matter what we disagree on, that's how we begin to rebuild faith that democracy is what we need to protect, preserve, and strengthen going forward.
Thank you for that. Yeah? I was smiling when Ian was first talking because I remember those lectures that he and Norm Eisen gave us early in the beginning. And I will share with you, maybe, I don't know, a couple of weeks into the administration, Phil Scalera, who some of you know, who had worked for the Oversight Committee in the House for many years, under Congressman Waxman, Chairman Waxman, he came in my office, and I didn't know Phil at all. And he said, I just want to give you a piece of advice. You didn't ask me for any advice, but you're new to Washington, so I'm just going to tell you, if somebody offers you something and it sounds like fun, if somebody offers you something and it sounds like, oh, I haven't had that, I'd like to have it. If somebody offers you anything, say no. And Phil, if you're listening out there, that was such good advice, and it reminded me of the advice my parents gave me early on in life when I was like 5, which is color well within the lines. And one of the things that President Obama took and continues to take great pride in is the fact that he realized that his administration would only be as strong as its weakest link. And so part of why he wanted Ian and Norm to give us those lectures was because institutions are made up of people. And unless the people are keeping their true north, which is service, and if it ever becomes about you, then it's probably time to leave. And so, Governor, I want to switch back to you, because to me, you embody a true public servant. You're in this for the right reasons, but how do you, now that you are in a position to govern, reinforce the importance of trust and earning trust? And what message do you give to your team to help rebuild that each and every day, earn that each and every day?
Yeah, I think it's also important to be able to create space that the lack of trust in institutions is also not just because of misinformation. It's because institutions have also broken things. That we have to remember there is a long history that each and every one of us are processing where, I think about in my own life. I mean, one of my earliest memories was when my father died in front of me when I was 3 years old because he didn't get the health care that he needed. Right? I mean, I had handcuffs on my wrists when I was 11 years old because we grew up in an area that was over-policed, and we knew it. So we've seen a brokenness of institutions. And I think it's important to create that space for it and to understand that if people are feeling a frustration, that in many cases, it's justified. I think that what we all want to do as we're in these seats, though, is understand that being hopeful for a future, being a public servant, being able to build and work on institutions, and keeping a healthy sense of skepticism don't have to be mutually exclusive ideas. I'm the 63rd governor of my state, and I still walk with skepticism. And I think it's perfectly fine, because I think you can allow skepticism to be your companion. Just don't have it be your conqueror, right? That you can still walk in and say, we have to pressure test whether or not this is really working. We have to change a lens on how we're thinking about this work. When, we had a campaign slogan of leave no one behind that I learned when I was 17 years old and I first joined the military. And, it's one of the first things they teach you, leave no one behind, ever. And we were very clear and deliberate that wasn't just going to become a campaign slogan. It was truly going to become our new governance philosophy. That's our lens on every decision, on every policy. Who is this leaving behind? Why? And what do we do to help address that and fix that before we know that this thing is ready and baked and ready to go? And so I actually think I think, loving your country doesn't mean lying about it. We have to be honest. But to do that, it still doesn't mean we're not moving forward with a sense of urgency. It doesn't mean we're not moving forward with a sense of fixing and healing systems. Creating that space and that grace is important, but then that also gives us a better understanding and a better urgency about why this fix and why this brokenness doesn't have to be permanent, but it needs to be something that we are repeatedly and sustainably working to build and rebuild.
Thank you for that, Governor. So, Ian, I want to come back to you for a second. All right? Good answer. Why is all this so important? Tell us a little bit about, and also, look, you are an extraordinarily talented lawyer. You could be doing a lot of things with your life. Why have you chosen to make this your calling?
I was talking about these issues a couple months ago and the importance of protecting a democratic system and resisting these urges towards authoritarian impulses, which are understandable, right? I mean, in times of rapid change, in times of uncertainty, at times when our democracy can feel broken and unable to solve our problems, it can really be tempting in those moments to say, well, if we just empower someone to fix it all, that will solve our problems, right? I alone can fix it, we're told. But historically, that never works out. And after I got off the stage at an event talking about these issues, a 20-something person came up to me in tears She was from Nicaragua, and she didn't live there anymore. And she gave me a hug and said, "Thank you so much for warning people about this, because my older relatives, they thought that empowering a single strong man would solve all of our problems because that's what he promised. And now I can't live in my country anymore because I don't have freedom. I'm afraid of what I say." Democracy is about freedom. It's about having choices. Authoritarianism is about not having choices. Sometimes we might have too much choice. You go into the supermarket, you see iced tea, and you're like, I don't know which iced tea to pick. There's too many choices. But like the core choices in life, what we want to pursue to give our life meaning and purpose, who we want to associate with, how we want to flourish, that's only possible in a democratic system. And the temptation, because we may not be able to achieve that right now for all the reasons that the governor talked about, because our democracy is imperfect, it has been flawed, it has done bad things, can either lead us to follow the siren song of authoritarianism, or it can lead us to what President Obama called on us to do, which is to perfect our union, to get back on that journey of perfection. And so I think at a moment like this, where I gather hope, is that, yes, things do look dark right now, very much so. But they've looked dark before in our history, and it was always going through that crucible of crisis and conflict that gave us a more perfect, though still not perfect, democracy on the other side. And so I look at this moment not as a moment of the end of democracy, but just a moment of getting over that bridge to get to the other side where we have more choices, more freedom, more inclusion, and institutions that work better than they ever have in the past.
So, I want to stick with you for a second, and as we're kind of winding down here, but not completely, so take your time. But one of the core themes of our foundation is about the value of resilience. So I'm going to come to you in a minute, Governor, but look, the work you're both doing is really, really hard work. So how do you find the spirit to provide yourself with the resilience you need to continue to fight when you see so much threat around the world? I mean, what motivates you to stay in this? How do you replenish yourself? How do you not burn out? Because a lot of our young leaders out here think, well, first of all, they often feel like they're the only one that's feeling the stress that they're feeling. Not true. You've got a lot of company. But that they burn out. And so some suggestions for how to not burn out with this important work.
Well, two things. So at the organization where I work, we have a bunch of principles that govern how we operate on a day-to-day basis. They are sort of the internal DNA of the organization, and they teach all of us what to do in any given situation. Two of them. One, mission is the metric, which basically means any decision we make is based on our mission of preventing American democracy from declining into a more authoritarian form of government. And whatever anyone here does, you likely have a mission. You know what that mission is. You know what you're trying to do. And in any moment of doubt, if I'm walking out on a stage to speak in front of a group of people, you could get those butterflies, nervousness, will I do this, make a mistake, whatever. Always remind yourself, what's my mission? Why am I doing this? Who am I doing this for? I got two little kids. I have to bequeath a stronger democracy to them and to their generation, especially those who are probably going to be a lot less privileged than my kids. That's where I ground myself, right, in that. And the second, one of our other principles, work-life balance is a professional responsibility. And that's not just a nice thing because we like to have comfortable jobs. It's actually the social science research shows that if you are rested, if you have meaningful relationships with family, with friends, with neighbors, with the community, you are going to do better at what you're doing. You're going to be more creative. You're going to make fewer mistakes. You're going to feel more inspired. And so when you're fighting these long-term battles, make sure that you are also building the important relationships and meaning in your personal lives that gives you the fuel to then go to work and make mission your metric.
Right? It is such good advice. No matter what day I had, when I came home and I'd open the door when my daughter was young, and I would see her run to the door and grab me, everything that I was thinking about during the day just faded away. And if I thought that was great, oh my gosh, wait till you guys have grandchildren. Then it really puts it in perspective. I know that Broderick's over there going, yes, indeedy, since he's a newly minted grandparent. All right, Governor, I'm going to give you the last word. You and Dawn, you are in this together. You are a dynamic duo. So I'm sure a lot of your replenishment comes from her. But give us in the audience and those who are listening at home a little bit of advice on how you keep this hopeful spirit and disposition in the face of what is not an easy job.
It's not. And first, I completely echo everything that you just said, Ian. I mean, you know, we tell our team all the time, there's 3 things that we ask. Take care of yourself, take care of each other, and take care of your people. And make sure you're keeping that lens and keep yourself surrounded by people that lift you up and don't drain you. Make sure, you know, that, you know, be careful about who you give the title friend to. Because if a person doesn't want nothing but the best for you in all circumstances, they're not a friend. And so careful who you give that title to and who you choose to spend your time to. But the other thing I would say, though, is this. Study history. And I say that because, you know, I consider myself a junior historian. Like, I really like history. And first of all, it does add a sense of context because, you know, you said something earlier that I thought was right. It's like, you know, imagine having a conversation with Frederick Douglass and explaining to him how tough we have it. You know, I'd love to see the conversation with Harriet Tubman and say, Harriet, I got to tell you about my day. Know your history and know what we've come from. And I remember, you know, during the morning of our inauguration, and some of y'all were there, we started down at the Annapolis docks. So Annapolis is the capital of Maryland. The docks, which are beautiful, and I hope you all come visit, but it's also one of the country's earliest and largest slave ports. And we had a wreath-laying ceremony, and we had a prayer, and then we marched from there and marched up to the State House, where I was inaugurated. And by the way, the State House was built by the hands of enslaved people. And that's where I was inaugurated as the state's first African-American governor. But there was a reason for that. And the reason is history. That it was important to take people on this journey of understanding where we collectively were, where we collectively are, and how many people had to be involved in that process of multiple backgrounds and faiths and races and religions to make that journey possible. And so the thing I would just say is, if you study history in all the free time that you have, it'll give you a sense of context about the moment we find ourselves in. And honestly, it'll give you something that I know it gives me, which is a sense of strength. To know that we've seen dark days before. We might be in dark days now, but joy comes in the morning. And that's why we do our work.
Preach, Governor, preach. Well, we have run out of time. I could talk to you too, Ian Basson, Governor Moore, forever. But there is a lot at stake here, and I appreciate you sharing your wisdom with this audience. There's a lot of hard work ahead for all of us, but this is not a time to be weary because those upon whose shoulders we stand had it a lot rougher than we do. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage actress and producer Regina Hall, co-founder and CEO of Wondermind, Mandy Teefee, founder of the Cares Family and 2018 Obama Fellow Alex Smith, and therapist and author Shani Tran.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm really excited to dive into our conversation today and just kind of explore the impact of our technology on our society, specifically our ability to be able to find meaningful connections and build common ground with one another. So I have some things I prepared. So lately, obviously, we're pretty much glued to our phones. We're having deep conversations, constantly connecting with our, I guess the word they use today is network. We are engaging in dialogue, we're consuming hours of video, hours of media, and we're sharing these glimpses into our lives, yet research is showing that during a time when we are more connected than ever, we are experiencing unprecedented rates of loneliness and isolation and a lot of depression. So what do you think of that? Like how has this alarming trend, as we can call it, manifested itself in your work? Let's start with you, Alex.
Well, firstly, thank you, and thank you to the Obama Foundation for bringing together this extraordinary community. I'm going to start with a stat to answer your question, and then a brief story. The stat is that on average, we receive around 3,000 messages for every face-to-face meaningful interaction that we have with a loved one. Some people find that hard to believe, right? Until you think about how many notifications you get, how many emails you get, how many texts you get. The story is that yesterday I flew from London to Chicago to be here, and I ordered a car on my app, on my phone. I arrived at the airport having checked in online. I bought a magazine from a self-service checkout. I then got on my flight and I watched a movie without having any interaction with anyone whatsoever. And you know, technology is a factor in all of our lives, and I think social media is part of it, right? We look for that dopamine hit that makes us feel good, but we want a dopamine rush. And what that leads to, obviously, is a kind of dopamine crash as well, and it leads to depression and anxiety and all sorts of other things. But, you know, kind of my belief and experience is that technology and social media is just part of a much bigger picture, and that there are 4 much bigger forces, frankly, that are driving what I call disconnection in a connected age. The first is economic forces, so globalization, deindustrialization, urbanization, gentrification, inequality. They're leaving people feeling like they're left out, left behind, and finding it hard to interact with their communities. The second big force is kind of cultural forces, right? Single occupancy living is on the rise. Rates of marriage are declining. Faith participation is declining. Participation in trade unions is declining. So we're choosing, through institutions, not to interact with one another for cultural reasons too. There are political forces, so austerity, a cost of living crisis, community centers closing, libraries closing, and then there are technocratic forces, right? Remote service delivery rather than human service delivery. You pick up the phone to your bank or your local council or a service provider, and it's press 1 to listen to lift music, right? And press 2 to speak to somebody 10,000 miles away on the other side of the world. That leaves people, again, feeling unseen, unheard, part of a much bigger system and not particularly recognized as who they are as humans. Yeah. And loneliness is a personal crisis for those who experience it. So for those who haven't experienced it, it feels like heartbreak or grief or deep homesickness, I would say. It's also a kind of public health crisis. Loneliness leads to strokes. It leads to heart attacks. It leads to depression. It leads to dementia. It leads to anxiety. There's all sorts of evidence showing that loneliness is as bad for our health as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. And this has a kind of compounding impact over time. My point, though, is that really loneliness is also a political crisis, because when we withdraw from one another and we spend less time with one another, particularly people who are not like ourselves, it leads to polarization, it leads to othering, right? It leads to division, it leads to discrimination. It also, by the way, leads to underemployment and homelessness and racial inequity and social inequity. So we have to figure out, how do we spend time with people who are not like us? And there's 2 pieces of striking information from the UK where, you know, we've had a loneliness minister, for example. One is that young people now are the most socially conscious generation in history, but the least socially engaged in terms of their own communities and the people around them and knowing their neighbors. The other is that loneliness in young people is leading to people turning away from democracy and towards authoritarianism because the levels of empathy are just decreasing. So the way that I tried to do this in the Cares family over the last 12 years, which is the organization that I created in the UK, is to bring older and younger people together. These are the 2 loneliest age groups in British society, to share group activities like dance parties on a Saturday night, book clubs, history nights, I heard before. You know, we have to know our history. Well, when people across generations learn their history together, that's really powerful. And as well as group activities, one-to-one relationships between people who build that humanity and recognize that humanity. And, you know, we had an incredible philosophy at the Cares family that was, we're not a service. This is a group of communities, intergenerational communities of people building solidarity and connection and belonging together. Not belonging as a zero-sum game where you can belong but I can't, together. And this week, the Cares family has kind of been recognized as being in trouble, the organization that I founded, and may not last the week as an institution, as an organization that I led for the last 12 years. And I feel desperately sad about that for the staff and the older and younger neighbors, 30,000 of them who have been involved in the last 12 years. But the point is that it can't be one institution or one group of people that bring people together in society, right? Loneliness is an equity issue because it's people who experience it are those who are already marginalized. It's also an everybody issue, right? And so we need to build civil society infrastructure, civil society organizations, businesses, government, individual people in individual communities coming together and recognizing that it takes at least 2 people for one person to feel visible.
That's very true. Thank you so much for that. I think I watched a program where it talked about centurions. And when they looked at where large groups of them came from, they all came from very close-knit communities that were very connected. So, okay, Shani, you have built an impressive online community on TikTok that uses humor, which I love, as a way to bring people in and engage them around issues that can kind of be challenging and really tough to talk about. So how is the online community that you cultivate responding to this kind of space?
Yeah, so one of the things that I do with my online community is I do make them aware of like parasocial relationships, which essentially is a one-sided relationship, people watching me, and I'm aware of that. And one of the things that I like to do is, like in my Instagram stories, I like to be a little bit more personal. I always like to look at my TikTok or Instagrams as the light in the darkness with everything that's going on in the world. So I can talk about depression, and the way that I may do that is I may play a character who is depression, and then I may play a character who's trauma, and then talking about a very serious issue, but bringing sort of like different tones to it. So like when I play trauma, she's very sassy. She's very like, she puts on makeup. She doesn't really want to talk to depression because trauma feels like she's the ish. And then you have depression, who is often reading and doesn't want anything to do with depression or trauma. And then I have anxiety, who's very like bubbly, because most people don't know anxiety in that way because she's very invasive, very like, hi, how are you? And so I do that because I want people to see these very serious diagnoses, but laugh. Because I find that humor is very important. And what I'm hoping and what I look at is I don't often look at how many people have watched my videos. I look at how many people have shared them. And the reason I look at that is because it tells me they saw something in this and they may have shared it to a friend. And sometimes I get a comment that's like, I really want to send this to my therapist, and I'm a therapist, and I'm like, do it. That will start the conversation with your therapist if, say, it's something that you feel uncomfortable talking about. And when I look at social media, I look at it as a place, it's not a support system. When it comes to mental illness, one of the biggest protective factors when it comes to like suicidal ideation is a support system. And if someone's like, oh, well, I got a couple friends on social media, that's a red flag for me because it's a parasocial relationship. It's very one-sided. So what I'm looking for is who is in your life, who is in your community. And the reason I talk about that is, for me, I meet a lot of other people in social media, like other therapists, and one of the things that I always try to do is if it's someone that I click with, even if they live far away, I try to take a step to turn it from a parasocial relationship into a potential relationship. So I may start to DM them, and then if I DM them, hey, do you want to jump on like a FaceTime call? But like not turn our cameras on, you know what I'm saying? Like we just actually talk, like let's take that first step. And I think that's so important for people to take that step in social media or even in life in general. Let's say if you have like a coworker, if it's someone that you're vibing with and you're like, you know, I'm new to this town, I want to be able to like go out, have dinner, have drinks, do your thing. You know, starting that conversation of, would you like to meet outside of work? Because when it's just at work or just in one setting, and you are earning for that connection, making that step.
You know, it's interesting. I don't know if you guys know, and you should get this book. I'm just going to say it. It's called Power versus Force, but I can't think of the author. But the reason it's such a good book, you know the book?
I don't.
Oh, sorry. But the reason it's such a good book is it's not that good. No. It is a great book. What's specific about it is it's like more, I can't think of the word, but it's not like it's a read that's clinical, because it's really the study of kinesiology. But one of the things it talks about is that the lowest vibration when they measure vibrations is shame. Shame is actually lower than anger, and it's shame because shame is what is when you are isolated. And so even everything else, and so when you talk about introducing depression to trauma, anxiety, and meeting people who are like also engaging people to know you are seen and you are not alone, it just makes me think of the book, because that's a big threat with isolation and feeling alone and hiding, but seeing a person that's a face.
Yes.
And not just like a screen, it's very connective. So
Yes.
I would suggest you get the book.
Something I wanted to add to that is whenever I tell clients the difference between like guilt and shame, is guilt is I did this bad thing, whereas shame is you identify with it. I am bad.
Yeah. It's so crazy, because when I first read that, I went to Catholic school, so I always had to read the Bible. And I remember in the Adam and Eve in Genesis, I guess, you all know when they ate the apple and stuff. And then they had they said they were naked, and they realized they were naked once they bit it, and then they were ashamed. And I was like, that's so crazy because of the... Okay, I'm digressing. Okay, now let us explore the complex relationship we have as a global society with the tech and our ability to connect in meaningful ways. Now, Mandy, how are you creating spaces for people online at Wondermind?
Yeah, as we know it, community has changed the definition. It's shifted to what community actually means. It used to be that your community is right outside your door, and that's where you would go, and that was all you were exposed to. And so at Wondermind, we tried to expand that community in a positive way, where you are being relatable as co-founders. We all have mental diagnosis, all of the co-founders, so we like to meet the consumer where they are. And the beauty with that is that can be in any format. It can be anywhere we go. And we also like to create activations. So they have to come out and come out of the space. And something I always like to use as a point is if movement is something that is controlled and organized by your frontal lobe, then that means that that's around what we react to, what our environment is. So if you're sitting in your home alone all the time, that's your environment, and that's what's causing the loneliness. So go out, get your body moving, do things that will actually set that frontal lobe into other people's worlds, because there's just so much information. Like, we would be exposed to a handful back in my day, and a handful of what society is and what community is. And now you're just inundated with information, and you're trying to figure it out, especially the younger generation who's trying to figure out who they are, what their beliefs are. And there's so much, and it can take an introvert and turn them into an extrovert, which is a powerful thing. Yeah. And you get to create your community, and you get to create all of these worlds, but without the guidance of people that have good intentions, it's something that everyone can get lost in. So we really try to create that community as a safe place with no jargon, no judgment. Mental health is for everyone. It's something that affects us emotionally, socially, physically, and we're just here to bring everyone together and know that they're not alone in that space.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You see that? The thing is, I think you think about it and you start to realize that human beings, we are probably at our highest when we are connected, right, in some way. And we have a lot more in common than we do that's different, and then what we do have that's different, it's actually quite supportive of who we are individually. So I know I got something wrong up here. But I used to go to this thing, and I can't remember what it's called. It was a health thing, and they said to, like, if you were, it was like a retreat. And these retreats are great, and some people are there because they just want to cleanse. Some people want are healing. You know, they have disease. But one of the things they say is and I say this too. They never would say you have a health challenge. They would say you have a health opportunity, right? Mm-hmm. So you have a mental health opportunity, because it means that with this kind of support, there is that room for a support system, friends, growth, healing. Of course, we're spending a lot of our time diving into our online lives, but I really want to end this conversation by hearing from kind of each of you about why face-to-face, in-person connections are so important to our collective well-being. And so let's start with you, Mandy, and just go all the way down.
Yeah, I think whenever you feel what connection means, you automatically feel, well, for me, I feel a mental connection.
Yeah.
And you can get that mental stimulation online, or, educating yourself and, exploring, makes you feel safe. It makes you feel like you are in an environment that you can be embraced in. And so that's why we love to do like these activations to where all the communities come out. We have like a newspaper stand. Yes, newspaper. And it worked really well. Everyone came out and got a newspaper. And so we took it old school, and people were just walking by, and then they would just come and they would sit, and then they would just get involved with whatever activity was going on, because they're yearning for it, and we need it. And it's like it's natural human instinct to want to have that physical connection, whether it's by energy or, I don't want to say by touch, but by energy, it's just something you can't replace with anything else, like especially a screen.
Agree.
I'd say that just like democracy itself, community is not self-regenerating. Mm-hmm. And although as a species, one of the things that differentiates us from many other species is our empathy for one another. Mm-hmm. But we have to be proactive in seeking that empathy and seeking to spend time with other people, face-to-face, and other people who are not like us. And I think the thing that really gets me, the one stat that I always use the most in my work in the UK, is that 72% of British adults say that knowing their neighbours is of fundamental importance to them and their well-being. 73% don't know their neighbours themselves. Wow. So we're doing this kind of insanely maybe British thing of recognizing that something is absolutely fundamentally important to us and who we are, and not doing anything like enough to nurture it. Mm-hmm. And so what I've always tried to do, and this is a practice that anyone here can kind of take away, is just like fruit and vegetables, think of your 5 a day. 5 meaningful connections. And that can be walking down your local main street and waving to your barber who cuts your hair once a month. Mm-hmm. And instead of looking down in your phone as you go home, say, how's your day? Mm. Right? Or skip the self-service checkout and go and speak to the person who's behind the actual tills.
Yes, I love that.
And ask them, how's your day? And some of them can be online, right? A WhatsApp message, a video call. But the fundamental thing, I think, is to be proactive, to recognize that our sense of belonging, our sense of who we are collectively and individually, is determined by our relationships with one another. And I think if we go too far down a path where we're deprioritizing those relationships and prioritizing efficiencies in how we interact instead of relationships, then we can be on a quite a difficult path. But again, I'm hopeful that when incredible people who do want to come together and build community do so, then you kind of pass the baton. You don't just have that inspiring interaction between 1 or 2 people. That one other person will take that away and maybe change how they're interacting in their own lives.
I love that.
Very good.
Yes. How I would answer the question is, I'm a therapist, and if there's any other therapists or social workers or licensed marriage therapists in the audience, we like Brene Brown. We like her a lot. So I think of what she has said about belonging and fitting in. So whenever I'm in any sort of relationship that I'm building, I like to ask myself at the end of the day, after an interaction, did I feel like I belonged, or did I feel like I was fitting in? Because I can fit in anywhere, but when I belong, I feel like I can truly show up and be myself in any capacity. I'm weird, I'm awkward, and I want to make sure that when I'm in these relationships that I showed up and I felt like I belonged. And I also want to come back to that relationship and continue building it. So what I would say to anyone out there that's building relationships with people, it could be online that you want to take offline, in your workplace, in your home, is asking yourself, does this relationship allow me to be who I am and or who I'm becoming? Do I feel like I belong here? And if not, you might just be fitting in.
That's great. I want to thank everyone who showed up here to be in person and look at all of us face to face. That's a big deal. For everyone who's watching us online, thank you. And then just say everything I just agree with. And you know what? Do it at home with your family, you know. Sometimes we sit across from people we see every day and we're staring at our phone and we're not really engaging in dinner or whatever it is that, I mean, I guess everybody eats. And, or whatever you're doing, but whatever that time is, you know, we could really spend more time when we go out to dinner with friends. The people we are connected with, we should try to make sure we're connected with them when we are actually with them. And that's it. Thank you guys so much. It was wonderful.
Please welcome back to the stage your host, Baratunde Thurston.
Hey, we love you, Regina. That's been a good set of sessions so far, right? We had Chicago Mayor and Chief Salesperson, Mayor Johnson, out here earlier. Valerie Jarrett floating ephemerally and having this institutional chat with Governor Moore and Ian Passon about our institutions. And not just the fact that we're losing faith in them because of misinformation, but because they have failed us ourselves. I just also want to confess, I really want to vote for Wes Moore. Am I alone in that? I mean, and that's a problem because I live in California and he's over in Maryland, so he's going to have to run for some other kind of office so I can legitimately, legally vote for him, because we believe in legitimate legal votes, for sure. I'm obviously starstruck by Regina right now, feeling a little special. But I think this concept of getting at the personal, the emotional, and the idea of having friendships and relationships that allow us to be who we are and who we are becoming. Not only is it true, but it's a nice product plug for Michelle Obama's book, Becoming. So make sure you all get that great book because it is awesome as well. Listen, we have our next speakers coming out to walk us through a demonstration of how we can all bring media literacy best practices into our day-to-day in this connected but disconnected social media landscape. So I'm going to ask you to take your phones out. Don't go to social media. Go to the event app, because we're going to do some of that live polling that you were practicing earlier. And as you do that, let's put our hands together and welcome our next panel, the News Literacy Project. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage Senior Vice President of Research and Design at the News Literacy Project, Peter Adams, and Senior Manager of Community Learning at the News Literacy Project, Demario Phipps-Smith.
Hello, Democracy Forum. I'm Peter Adams.
And I'm Demario Phipps-Smith, and we're with the News Literacy Project.
We are a nonpartisan education nonprofit that works with educators and the broader public to help people distinguish credible information from misinformation to be better informed, more engaged, and more empowered individuals. You can learn more about NLP on our homepage at newslit.org and through our slides at the bottom right.
Today, we're going to go over 3 quick tips to help you stay informed. We only have a short amount of time, so we'll move pretty fast. Keep in mind that throughout today's presentation, we're going to share a couple of interactive polls, so please open up your event app and be ready.
So every morning, we are all thrust into the most exciting and robust information environment in human history. But it's also the most challenging and overwhelming. And so, amid all of the notifications and posts and feeds and threads and hashtags, it is crucial that we be intentional about with when and how we get important information, as well as with what we share and like online. This is our first tip. That montage we shared is from one of our core interactive lessons with young people that we call info zones, and it helps them differentiate between common types of information as a habit of mind. Now, this may seem obvious or easy, but it's not, because not only are we all getting exposed to an incredible volume of information at a rapid pace, we're also using social media platforms that are designed to obscure rather than highlight those differences. They're designed to keep us scrolling, to keep us engaged, to keep us watching and reacting and sharing and generating data and seeing ads. In doing this, these platforms reinforce the faulty notion that all posts are created equal, that it's all just content with equally credible claims and ideas. And it's just very easy to fall into this trap when we're scrolling. It's just content, content, content. But if we can shift this habit to one of active differentiation, our experience looks more like this. This habit helps remind us that content creators don't all play by the same rules. So differentiation is a big part of being intentional with information. A second aspect of being intentional is simply being proactive about getting news. Our social feeds and notifications make it tempting and easy to just let news find us. And while this can be helpful, it's also vitally important to make time to deliberately seek out standards-based news from credible sources as part of our daily information routines.
Another important part of being intentional is to be critical and discerning. Part of this comes naturally. We each have a sense of what makes something credible. News and information as verifiable, sources that show a commitment to transparency, independence, and being fair. And if we look for these values and principles in practice, we can see their influence. While user-generated content is becoming a larger and more useful part of the information landscape, it's often incomplete or unreliable. News coverage from standards-based sources is more credible because it shows a commitment to accuracy, being fair, and presenting facts in the right context. Now, everybody, let's get out our phones and open up the app. We're going to try our first poll question. So click on the calendar icon and select the session, Spot the Real News. I'll give you all a second. Okay, everybody ready? All right. For our first poll question, let's take a look at these two headlines. Is there a concern for accuracy and fairness more apparent in one of these over the other? Vote now. All right, let's have a quick look at the results. Great. As I could have thought, a lot of people here are pretty news literate. That's awesome. And as you can tell, these headlines came from two different sources with dramatically different sets of standards. For more on this, check out our infographic with 5 steps you can take when vetting a news source.
Our second tip, take the time to analyze examples of misinformation. Fact checkers do an amazing job of flagging and labeling misinformation, but they also do a great job of explaining exactly what makes something false, whether it's a visual taken out of context, a baseless assertion without evidence, or a doctored photo. Exploring these details beyond just the labels of false or misleading can help us identify common tropes, trends, and tactics involved in the creation and spread of misinformation. Things like the targeting of emotions, the simplification of complex realities, the appeals to cognitive biases, recognizing the types of events that bad actors tend to exploit, and the methods they rely on to do this are all part of a larger pattern of misinformation that's demonstrated over time. It's a pattern we can learn to recognize. So we created a website called RumorGuard to help you do just that, offering insights and analyses of misinformation examples for anyone who wants to learn. Even that one uncle that you've got, that uncle who shares truly bizarre things to Facebook. Speaking of bizarre, the recent acceleration of generative AI technologies presents unimaginable opportunities. But these tools also present significant challenges when it comes to the creation and spread of misinformation. And the technology is moving fast. So just to underscore this, this is where we were with image generation just 5 years ago in 2018. Now, they were compelling fakes, they're fabrications, but also reasonably easy to spot. But they've gotten much more sophisticated. In fact, the 2 examples here are available for hire as AI models that can appear in custom images wearing or doing anything you might need or want them to do. AI can also now generate video, such as these synthetic avatars that you can use to create the illusion of a real person saying, well, again, whatever you tell them to say. In fact, 2 of these avatar personalities have already been used in a propaganda campaign masquerading as a newscast. So for our second audience poll, you know the drill. Get out your phones, open the app, and let's see if you all can identify which of these 2 images, which were originally published in a New York Times report last April, is synthetic. Which of these 2 headphone-wearing guys was generated by AI? All right, let's take a look at the results of this poll. All right, pretty good. Pretty good. 2/3 of you recognize the AI fabricated image. But look, this is challenging. This is challenging. And it's not just because the tech has gotten so good. It's because we are hardwired to see that as a human being. We're hardwired to interpret that pattern as a person. But in fact, it is just a pattern. It's just a pattern that an algorithm made to arrange pixels in a way that looks like a human being. Right? And just as we did with our first tip, we have another infographic available to help underscore the key points that I've just shared in brief misinformation, which you can access here.
And finally, our third tip. Understand the value in your role as a trusted intermediary to your friends and family. A troubling portion of people distrust news media as interpreters of complex subjects, and many people rely on their personal connections to navigate what they should believe. False beliefs can become part of a person's identity in ways that are very hard to undo. But people who embrace misinformation can still be reached by a trusted intermediary. Those who hold on to false beliefs often genuinely believe them to be true because of this strong emotional reaction that becomes part of their worldview. Cynical views towards the news media, the government, and other institutions can prevent people from trusting credible sources and help steer them into self-sustaining echo chambers. When engaging with somebody who believes misinformation, it's important to remember PEP. Practice patience, empathy, and persistence. Understand it's going to take some time, and you have to respect this person's belief. It's also an investment of time and energy. And of course, we have yet another infographic for that. You can scan the QR code to download our PDF on speaking to others without starting a showdown. And that's it. Those are the tips. Be intentional, analyze misinformation, and act as a trusted intermediary. We're out of time, but if you'd like to know more about the NLP and the work that we do, please stay in touch with us, and you can do so here. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our job as journalists is to tell the truth. That's become increasingly difficult and increasingly important in the era we're in.
When local news disappears, when it dissipates, people lose access to credible information that helps democracy run and thrive.
People have a right to know what is happening in their community.
If there was ever a time to be able to get down to those frontline communities and equip them with the tools to tell their story, like, it's now.
Press Forward is an opportunity to collaborate across the city with all of the wonderful organizations that provide news and information. We want to see that network of news organizations grow and flourish in Chicago.
Local news is essential to our democracy. What it needs is more support from those of us in the philanthropic community, from those of us who are readers and listeners and viewers, and we're going to make a difference together.
Please welcome to the stage senior correspondent for the PBS NewsHour, Judy Woodruff, president of the MacArthur Foundation and leading funder of Press Forward, John Palfrey, director of the Shorenstein Center and professor at the Harvard Kennedy School, Nancy Gibbs, CEO of the Texas Tribune, Sonal Shah, and founder of Holiday Strategies and co-founder of City Bureau, Daryl Holliday.
Thank you so much. I am delighted to be here to take part in today's program with this extraordinary panel. And let me just start, though, by saying thank you to the News Literacy Project for that wonderful demonstration. They just gave us these ideas about how each one of us can prioritize media literacy on a day-to-day basis. Very, very helpful. It actually was a perfect introduction to the conversation that we're going to have over the next 40 minutes or so about what has happened to local news in this country and how that is directly connected to the health of our democracy. It is something that I've done extensive reporting on over the last year and will continue to do in 2024, trying to understand, as I work with the PBS NewsHour, why the country is so divided. Once I learned that there are more than 2,500 daily and weekly newspapers across this country that have shut down altogether, many more that have shrunk, tens of thousands of reporters have been laid off or no longer working. You put all this together, we decided to travel around the country. We visited, among other places, Mississippi, the western part of Virginia, and the panhandle of Texas, as just examples of places to look at. And we can talk about that as we have this conversation. But I have seen firsthand some examples of what we're dealing with. And that's why I am thrilled to be here with the four of you, John Palfrey, as we said, of the MacArthur Foundation, Nancy Gibbs with Harvard Shorenstein Center, Sonal Shah of the Texas Tribune, and of course Daryl Holliday of Chicago's own City Bureau. So Nancy, I'm going to start with you. Let's jump right into this and ask you just to give us some background. I mentioned just a few touch points, if you will, but give us a background on where we are with local media right now.
So we are now at a situation where 2/3 of counties in this country only have a single source of local news. Usually it's a weekly. And we're losing 2 newspapers a week. And so in a great many communities, there is no way for people to have reliable, timely access to information that they need. And we know that there are all of these bad downstream effects from that. There's a reason why local news is called the vitamins of democracy, that when a community loses its local news source, we see civic engagement go down, voting goes down, public spending and public corruption go up because you've lost the sort of accountability function. Even things like split ticket voting goes down because people don't have an opportunity to read about local candidates. They're likely to vote just, if they vote at all, to vote just based on, does someone suit up wearing team red or team blue? And then that in turn harms the accountability the candidates feel because they know that voters never knew what they were promising to do in the first place. So what obligation do they have to fulfill those promises? There are all of these sort of downstream effects of what happens when a community loses that reliable source of news. And by news, I don't just mean what is increasingly sort of a luxury product of things that satisfy our curiosity. I mean critical, the FCC defines it as critical information. It is, where do you get a COVID vaccine? Where do you get job training? What if you need heating assistance? And so in order for communities to function successfully and people to live their lives successfully, that information has to be available, and in more communities it just isn't.
And I just on a personal note, when we were in the small town of Canadian, Texas, in the Panhandle, we learned from one voter, she said, I just don't know where to go anymore to get information about candidates running for office. Talked to a local rancher who didn't necessarily agree with the political views of the newspaper editor the newspaper ended up shutting down, the Canadian Record. But he said this was the glue that held our community together. So Sonal, you are working at Texas Tribune, an effort for a number of years now to try to restore local journalism. Tell us what it looks like from your perspective.
So Texas Tribune was started in 2009 as a digital-only newspaper at the time. And this was, remember, 2009, we weren't thinking about digital-only at the time, but with the idea that we needed to break in and really sort of address the local news crisis. And we started off as covering, first just covering the State House. Nobody was covering the state legislature on a daily basis. What were the policies coming out? What was happening, what was being spent, what wasn't being spent. And we built our reputation on covering the State House. And today, we now cover health, we cover education, we cover democracy, we cover energy, environment, and climate, and we have reporters in 9 cities across the state. And we have regional reporting initiative. And the importance of it is not only are we covering what's happening across the state, how is it affecting communities, we are being republished, to Nancy's point, we are being republished as the front page of most newspapers across Texas right now. So 500 times a year, because people don't have enough reporters, they are republishing our work as the content that people are getting. And then secondly, I think the thing that is super important is people are finding us in multiple ways. So no longer are they just coming to a website or reading a newspaper. Sometimes they get a text message, sometimes it's through email, sometimes it's through Apple News or Google News or other places. So we have to think about where and how are people finding us, and where and how can we make sure they continue to find us. Our most downloaded work, to Nancy's points and to the earlier, to the video, how to vote. That is the single most downloaded thing off of our website, how to vote. We're having an election going on right now. The biggest and most downloaded piece there is, what are the constitutional amendments mean to you? And for you to understand them. So people are finding us for those issues, but I will say I think the opportunity
to continue to inspire more local news. We have 5 other local news sites in Texas, in El Paso, in San Antonio, in Fort Worth, and in Houston. And it's important for us to be in partnership with all of them because together we can cover the state and we can make sure we're doing it together. But it is 254 counties, 30 million people in the state, 40% Hispanic, 15% Black, 7% Asian American, and growing. And we are the largest Black population in any state.
How do you get the word out about where to find you, where Texas residents can find?
We find them in multiple ways. We get the word out through partnerships and newsletters. Others publish us, Rice University, University of Texas, and other places, as well as other newspapers. We do events across the state. We do about 50 events a year to make sure for those that may not read the news, they may come find us because we do an event alongside and they can do that. We work with Apple, Google, everywhere else to make sure our news are getting out into their platforms where people are. But it is hard, and it's getting harder to make sure we can get out there on a regular basis. And especially with misinformation increasing, we have to make sure that we are pushing good and reliable and credible information out every day.
So Daryl, pick up where Sonal is taking us. City Bureau is a place where you're covering Chicago and doing it in a different way. Explain what your thesis is and how it's working.
Absolutely. City Bureau is of Chicago, and I am as well. I grew up here, professionally speaking. I learned the trade at Chicago newspapers, radio stations, digital outlets, and I got my start in crime reporting. Back when we still referred to death knocks, right? When you would go to a crime scene or a fire, and you'd be the first one to knock on the door of someone who just lost a family member. So I come at this with a deep understanding of how local news can be extractive, right? It can harm communities. But I also know that local news can bring social cohesion, right? It can encourage systems change. So we have a saying at City Bureau that we've used for years. It's inform, engage, equip. Inform is the bread and butter, right? It's what journalists do. Investigations, whether it's podcasts, a range of things. But over the last 10 years, there has been a movement towards engaging people, right? To not just report the news, but to be responsive to the folks who are most impacted by it. We want to take City Bureau one step further into that equip area, which is how can we bring folks into the production and distribution process of journalism? So they aren't just bystanders. We are democratizing journalism by bringing more people into it. I'll add to that we do this, getting back to the theory of this, because we believe that journalism skills are civic skills. Whether it's calling your local alderman or finding out where the next public meeting is, journalists are good at navigating civic life. And one thing I've learned time and time again from our documenters, from other folks in our network, is that people want to be engaged in problem solving in their communities. Right? So what we do at City Bureau is we create new pathways to do that. I see that every week at our documenters network, where we are paying and training thousands of people to cover the many, many public meetings in the city council, all the way down to the sub-advisory committees, right? That are going uncovered increasingly. But we see that people are eager to play a role in the process of not only helping journalists, but bringing that information back to their communities. And so I proud to have handed off the reins to City Bureau after 9 years of co-founding it about 2 months ago. But I am very much still dedicated to local news revival because I really believe that local, non-commercial media ecosystems are essential to its art and democracy.
You mentioned you used the term documenters. Explain what that is.
Yeah, sure thing. Our documenters network began here in Chicago, and like I mentioned, it's anyone can join it. We have a training curriculum where we break down the essentials of journalism and teach folks. So you come, you get a training from us. You are then eligible for paid assignments going to a number of public meetings, which there are hundreds every week. Everyone's always surprised. I used to hear very often from folks, they would say, I didn't know I could go to that meeting. I hear it less now because the Documenters Network has now expanded to 15 cities, and there are more than 3,000 documenters going to public meetings every day, partnering up with journalists every day, and bring their information back to their communities.
Right. John Palfrey, you have supported, through MacArthur, the work of City Bureau. Why support what they're doing? And why does something like Documenters sound to you like, or any of the other programs that they are using, sound like something that should be supported?
Well, Judy, thank you. And thank you for what you're doing, going around the country, working on this issue. We've had plenty of reason to be depressed recently about our democracy in America, about democracy around the world, tragedy around the world. And I think what is so exciting, and the reason that MacArthur has been so excited to support Daryl and all the work actually of the people on this panel, is that this is the restoration of our democracy. This is happening. And I feel like when Daryl Holliday tells you that he's got 3,000 people volunteering to show up at school boards and town councils and city councils across this country, we should give him a huge round of applause. It's true. It's an incredible rejuvenation of our democracy to have people stand up and do that. When something falls away, go do it. And these guys, they figured it out. And they figured it out here in the great city of Chicago and have spread it across the country. That seems totally worth support from MacArthur Foundation and others.
Nancy, you watch all this very closely from at the Shorenstein Center. What do you see happening nationally that either picks up on what we heard from Daryl or that is catching on in other places?
Well, one thing that gives me some hope, and I expect you've seen a lot of this in the traveling that you've been doing, is there's lots of social science research that shows that a lot of the division and polarization in the country, which we all have heard and experienced, is driven by misperception that people have about their political opponents. It's like we carry around a kind of cartoon version of our political adversaries. And that's partly because there's all kinds of evidence that the people who are the most likely to post and tweet and share and comment on political issues tend to hold more extreme views. And the vast majority of people in the middle say, I don't engage, I don't post, I don't comment. And so it has this effect of distorting just how divided the country is on a lot of different issues. And where I think local news is so critical here is that local news is typically the place where we encounter members of our community in real life and around issues that don't fall neatly into partisan battles. Like if there is mold in the elementary school, that is something for everyone to be concerned about. Right. And coming together as a community or reading about efforts of how are we going to address this problem in our community has the effect of getting past the kind of distorted misperceptions that people have and create opportunities for us to see one another sort of in reality and not in these exaggerated and caricatured forms.
And Sonal, that touches on something that I think I've seen time and again when it comes to whether it's local news or local community action, it is a matter of talking to a neighbor or someone who has the same things at stake because you live in the same community. And it is possible not to worry about, okay, what's your stand on fill in the blank, this national issue, which, by the way, Nancy, is what people turn to national news when they don't have local news. And what do they see? They see a lot of division and fighting and us versus them. But Sonal, the fact that at the local level, which I think I live in Washington, I've lived there over 40 years, I think often we've dismissed what's going on in communities around this country. And I think it's really important that we now turn that around and make our focus what is happening on the ground in these communities.
I want to just add on to John's point and Nancy's point, but I think people want to be engaged. You see it with Daryl when you see Documenters. When we give people an opportunity to engage, they do engage. When we put our reporters out in Midland, Texas, or in Lufkin, Texas, the community comes to you and wants to have a conversation with you. We're having a water challenge. Hey, come look at our job training programs. Hey, come see where the sheep are grazing next next to all the solar farms. Like, they're coming to us and wanting to have conversations, and we're building trust. And I think what local news does more than anything else is builds trust in communities. We have as many Republican donors as we do Democratic donors. We find people call us and will say, we don't agree with the stand you took, but we think you're fair. I think that's where we need to get to, is to be able to have a conversation. If people call us and say they disagree with something, we will pick up the phone and ask them, what did you disagree with? Was it the facts? Was it the story? Was it something else? But to make sure that we're also rebuilding trust in communities. And I think local news is where trust is built. And it's our opportunity to engage people that want to be engaged, whether it's through documenters, whether it's through City Bureau, whether it's through Texas Tribune. But it's an opportunity to engage, because it feels, when you're looking at just national news, you don't have access to that. But when you're at the very local level, what you saw, you feel like you have access to it, and you can talk to someone if you disagree.
Daryl, I want to come back to you on this point about how there is such a big gap to fill. I mean, I've read, and I think this is accurate, at its height, the Chicago Tribune had something like 600 reporters, 600 folks on the editorial staff. Today, I believe, I mean, there is still a Chicago Tribune, but the number of editorial staff's way down, I think 150. You can correct me, you know better than I. And that's to cover the city of Chicago, millions of people, the suburbs around Chicago, your capital in Springfield, Illinois. How much of that vast assignment can be filled by the kind of work that you're doing? I mean, what do you see?
I get to brag about Chicago a bit right now, it sounds like.
Yes.
Those numbers are all right? Some of the larger publications have far fewer reporters than they did in their heyday. But that said, I think we are really seeing a revival across the country in a number of ways, but also in Chicago. I think about Hyde Park Herald, I think about Block Club Chicago, The Tribe. I can list newsrooms all day that are filling these gaps, partnering with our traditional media outlets, and also devising new models and new ideas and going even deeper into communities. I think that, Chicagoans are the best. I think full stop right there. And apologies to the non-Chicagoans, but you heard the mayor, greatest city. But practically speaking, I think our network of journalists here are so collaborative. The community organizers here really understand the value of information. Yeah. Our fundraisers, our philanthropists are, I think, doing a tremendous job meeting this moment. If we can get government and business on board, we'll have a full movement here. So while I do think we are seeing some reductions in certain areas of the field, we're seeing so much growth from the ground up all across the board.
And speaking of growth, John, you and the MacArthur Foundation have been at the very forefront of trying to figure out ways to seed important new growth in local journalism. It was just a few weeks ago that you and others announced this big new initiative, Press Forward $500 million. You're going to begin to invest in communities. Explain where that is, and I think you may even have an announcement today to make about advancing that.
Do I? Wow, yeah, I do. We have news. Thank you, Judy, and thanks to the Obama Foundation team also for partnering with us on this panel to really bring to the fore these incredible people who are doing this great work, but also to talk a little about the role that philanthropy has to play, and actually that each one of us, I think, in this room has to play. I will backtrack for a second and just to brag on Chicago, if I can, and then make the little announcement, if that's okay. Around the country, people talk about news deserts. The 20% of our country is a news desert. Nancy gave you those stats. Chicago is a news oasis. Hear me now, this is a news oasis. This group of people, it's 100+ organizations that are, in addition to the Tribune, I would put out there the Sun-Times, right. Now merged with WBEZ as a nonprofit. But there are 100+, yes, incredible effort there. And what's exciting is to see the number of different things that are happening in this really innovative group of 100 organizations. Daryl mentioned a few amazing ones, Block Club, Tribe, and so forth. You were talking about how to vote. I was thinking about Injustice Watch. They put out a guide for how to learn about judges. You vote for judges here. And I will tell you, I'm a law professor. It's actually really hard to know who to vote for judge. They do a really great job. And then that's amplified by the Sun-Times and others in BZ. So there's really interesting things. Chalkbeat now has a chapter here in Chicago. National things coming here.
Education, Chalkbeat.
Education, exactly.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
National education organization doing really great reporting also here in Chicago. So what we realized in Chicago and around the country is, yes, it's a crisis. Yes, there's a major decline. But one of the big aspects of this is it's undercapitalized. In short form, there's too little money right now for these organizations, particularly nonprofits, but also public media, also for-profits. We need to put more in. So MacArthur and 22 organizations, foundations, and individuals have pledged $500 million over the next 5 years to address this issue, which we're very excited about. Very exciting. Thank you. You can find out more about this. It's pressforward.news. Many of those funders have traveled to Chicago to be part of this, and we're so excited to be with them. And so starting with Chicago, but looking across the country, how do we help fund this revitalization of local news? So can I do my announcement or no? You want to ask a different question?
Have at it.
So here's the announcement, which is the first phase was to have $500 million plus across the country. The next phase, and which we can announce today, is seeking to set up Press Forward local efforts across the country. And we'll see how far we get. But I think the next $500 million should come out of the local communities to fund local efforts. So today, yes, isn't that exciting? So today, 6 places have stepped up to create Press Forward locals. And they are the state of Alaska, so we have a state, which is so exciting. The city of Chicago, and with our partners at the Chicago Community Trust, yes, Chicago is standing up. And we have nearly $10 million in the bank already for this effort, and that will grow thanks to the Chicago Community Trust and other donors who are here today, Joyce Foundation, Polk Brothers, and others. So that's 2. Third, Minnesota, state of Minnesota is standing up. Very good. 4, city of Philadelphia, major effort led by Lenfest Institute that are here. 5th, Illinois is going to be represented again. Springfield, Illinois has got to press forward. And then to demonstrate another part of America and what can be done in the heartland, Wichita, Kansas is stepping up with the Press Forward effort. So those 6 places, in each one, philanthropists and donors and families have stood up and said, we are going to help fund this, and we're going to put money forward for our community, and we're going to start treating this like education, like arts and culture, like the hospitals, all the things we have to fund locally. So I am so excited about this because I think this network can grow into a movement. It can grow into a movement where every one of us says, how do we participate in this part of our democracy? If you've got money and you can donate it, donate it. If you can subscribe to something, add it to Netflix and Hulu and Amazon Prime as something that you actually pay for your news. If you can't do that, show up as a documenter. There's something that every single one of us, whether on live stream or in this room, can do as part of Press Forward, as part of a national movement to revitalize local news.
Nancy, yes, applause. I mean, it's extraordinary, 500 million and growing. Nancy, people haven't typically thought of journalism as a place that needs philanthropic help. Whether it was a big company or a small publisher somewhere, it was viewed, well, media, they take care of themselves. It's just not that way anymore, is it?
No, and one reason I'm so thrilled at this work that John is leading is that it is a matter of sort of almost a public education to think of a local newsroom as being part of your civic infrastructure. The same way, your volunteer fire department and your library and the other institutions that are essential to the health of the community, that we need to think about our newsrooms that way too. And the Pew Research Center found a couple years ago that you ask people, how do you think your local news organization is doing? And 71% of people thought it was doing just fine. So many people aren't even necessarily aware that there is this emergency. And where I think it is most important and where this initiative has such opportunity is that what's happening in Chicago and as a news oasis is a wonderful model. What's really important is we know that the news deserts in this country are most often found in the most politically powerful parts of the country. Yeah. So if you think of a state like South Dakota, which has 600,000 registered voters, they get to elect 2 senators. The 19 million registered voters in Texas also get to elect 2 senators. And so we have this wild disproportion of sort of political power because the way our politics works. And it often happens that the communities that have disproportionate political power have the least access to reliable information. So it is so important that those news deserts have a chance to learn from the kinds of work that is happening in other communities where there is really rich, robust, organic growth of information sources, because the health of democracy more broadly depends so much on that.
Sonal, Nancy has done such a good job of explaining the connection between losing local news and the health of our democracy. What do you see? I mean, she just referred again to Texas as a place that millions of residents, millions of voters, electing 2 senators, House, multiple members of the U.S. House, not to mention the state House, and all the other
40 electoral votes.
Exactly. So how do you see the role of Texas Tribune and the other local news organs in the state of Texas in educating, in informing voters at this moment when we need information more than ever, accurate information more than ever?
Yeah, and I think I want to just highlight that point. Information is not news. It's too easy to read something on Facebook and assume that is news, or Twitter. And the reason news organizations exist is we actually try to validate that information, understand what it is, and provide the analysis of what it is people should read. So if you're just reading information, that is not news.
Right.
And what's important, and why news organizations, local news organizations, including ours, are important, is because we are going into the communities to understand what is being said, what does it actually mean for you, and how can you analyze it to understand what is actually happening. And when local communities get that information, they have information that they can use to then think about what they're seeing elsewhere. We know when people don't have news, places like Texas, you'll see Rio Grande Valley has now gone to 2 days a week of news. Places like Waco have gone to 2 days a week of news. And when we are being republished as the first part of the news that everybody's seeing, it's free. It's important that it's free, because people otherwise, if they wouldn't have it for free, they're not reading it. And 2, it's important that they have access to it and understand that it's coming as credible, reliable, verified. We're not just reporting information. We're actually sending people out to have those conversations. And that is critical. So to all of the young people that are here, I would say, how many of you get your news just quickly on Apple News? How many of you go to a newspaper website every day? And how many of you get your news on like Google News or other platforms? How many of you subscribe to news?
We think we can see some hands. Okay.
So this is the thing. I think the importance of remembering that subscribing to news, even if it's $1 a year, it's important, because news organizations like ourselves feel that it's not about the money, it's about the fact that your members care when they choose to subscribe. And we think about that. Our membership matters a lot to us. It's not just about the money as much as it is about how many people are signing up, because it makes a huge difference. And filling that gap and making sure that as next year's election comes up, that we are giving credible, reliable news that people can use, it matters every single day.
Daryl, I want to quickly touch on, yes, thank you. I want to quickly touch on and have everybody touch on this question of trust, which has come up earlier in the program, just not so long ago in a conversation Valerie Jarrett was having with Ian Basson and Governor Moore of Maryland. But Daryl, how do you make sure that the news you're presenting is winning the trust, that people who read, who hear, who see what you're producing, that they can trust it? That's something that all of us, I think, today in journalism have to think about. Part of our responsibility is rebuilding that trust that has been so deeply eroded in recent years.
My answer is pretty simple. I mean, I think the best way to gain trust is to be trustworthy. And I am an advocate for participatory local civic media. Like I mentioned, documenters, they are a core part of our work. So when we have documenters, which are people's mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, they go back to their homes, their neighborhoods, and they are sharing directly with their community members. So we're a part of that, and we do some coordination. We build up curriculum. We build up technology to enable this spread. What we're really doing is, again, democratizing journalism to begin with.
John, I mean, how do you? I mean, we want people across the political spectrum. We want people of every background to be paying attention to what's going on. So how do you see from where you sit at MacArthur and focusing so much on local news, how do you think the media can best go about regaining trust?
Well, let me just say I agree with you. This has to be independent of ideology. This is democracy, yes. And if we actually make this political, it's not going to work for our country in this moment or across time. So it absolutely has to be independent of ideology. But the takeaway for me of this whole panel is Daryl's point: to build trust, be trustworthy. And actually, one of the reasons why I think this is so exciting for democracy is if we think about polarization as one of our key issues, when you bring things down to a local level, I think we tend to be less polarized. We get excited in a community about the student who's done really well and is going to the National Spelling Bee or the Quiz Bowl. Who doesn't get excited about that student from your community going there, right? You would have to be pretty weird not to be supportive of that kid, right? So bring it down to community issues and focus. And I love this notion that the documentaries are your neighbors. They're your mom, they're your sister, they're your cousin. Those are trustworthy people in your life. And I think if we do rebuild community from the ground up in this way, I think local news can have a huge positive effect for our democracy.
Sonal, just quickly, how do you see this whole question of rebuilding trust?
It's engagement. It's making sure that we are touching communities where they are. It's making sure our reporters are talking to communities who are out in community, having those conversations. For us, it's also engaging with ethnic media across the state because we have such a large ethnic media organization, and making sure we're partnering and not just extracting and being a part of that, the events that we do, but also being responsive. When people respond to you and they tell you they don't like something, don't just dismiss it. Like, actually engage and understand and know where people are coming from, because it may not be the story, it might be something that they read in that, or there's a different experience that they had. And I think it's sort of community organizing meets journalism at some point, and we're going to have to figure out how those two come together because it matters.
Just add one tiny point to that. I think one of the most exciting things about this moment is how much more diverse the people who are working in the journalism space today, local news, and more diverse coverage of communities. That will make a big difference, right? If it is only white people covering white communities, that's not going to work in America. And I actually think this is one of the huge opportunities to fund, too.
For sure. Nancy, I'm going to let you close us out, because all this is conversation taking place in the context of there is national news out there that is people do see as polarizing, and they do see national news coming from one side or another in too many instances. Not the PBS NewsHour. We are trying to tell it straight every day. But how do you see local journalism fitting into that bigger picture, which is still polarizing?
Well, when you track why people have lost trust in news, one of the things that they cite, and why they are increasingly avoiding news, we're seeing tremendous declines in engagement with news. And people say because they feel like it's designed to manipulate them and to make them mad and to divide them, and that everything does come with an agenda and is very driven by opinion. And I think it's not an accident that local news statistically is much more focused on that critical information. And you say, you don't publish editorials, you don't publish columns. Right. And so moving away from sort of the opinion argument space into the shared community information space is critically important. And the other thing is that all journalism, the superpower of journalism, the fuel that drives it is curiosity. Yeah. And we know that curiosity is actually a kind of superpower in a polarized environment. That even people who do not agree with each other, if they think that the other person is truly curious to find out why they believe the way they do and how they have come to the beliefs that they hold. This is where your reporters going out and your documenters going out and engaging directly and curiously with people, and not sort of coming in with a preconceived, here's what the story is, let me tell you why you're wrong. That kind of curiosity expressed has a kind of healing power that is enormously important. And so it takes journalists to commit journalism. Whatever the robots may say, it actually takes having people on the ground in these live events, person to person, help me understand how you got to be where you are and why I believe what you do. And I think that having more people doing that in more communities has tremendously beneficial impact, both on trust and on the health of our communities.
A lot of potential power there in curiosity and in keeping, and at the same time, keeping an open mind and being open to understanding things that we don't fully understand. Daryl, Sonal, Nancy, John, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage CEO of the Obama Foundation, Valerie Jarrett, entrepreneur and chairwoman of the 15% Pledge, Emma Greed, and co-founder and co-CEO of Isusu Inc., Wamimo Abbey.
Well, hello. I'm delighted to be back with this incredible dynamic duo. Emma and Wamimo, I am so thrilled to have you here. We were talking a little bit backstage, and I said, let's just go off the cuff for a second, because look, these are very busy people. They know each other, they're friends, but that doesn't mean that they're going to come to Chicago and spend time with us. So I was hoping, by way of introduction, beginning with you, Emma, if you could introduce yourself a little bit to the audience and why it was important to you to be here with all of us today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here. So my name is Emma Greed, and I am a founder, a CEO, an entrepreneur. I am probably best known for the businesses that I've co-founded in Skims and Good American. Oh, thanks, ladies. And men, now, I should remember. But I also am the chairwoman of the 15% Pledge, which is an organisation that really advocates for economic inclusivity. And I'm really excited to be here any time that I can be amongst an audience of young people that are doing great things. And for this organisation specifically, I couldn't pass up the opportunity. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you very much. All right, my friend Wamimo, tell us a little bit about why you're here.
Absolutely. How's everyone doing today? Man, I started my career as a community organizer, so we're not ready to get started. How's everyone doing today? That's more like it. Thanks a lot, Valerie. And every time I have the good fortune to sort of introduce myself, I always like to go down memory lane a little bit. My name is Wamimo Abbey. And my journey started in the slums of Lagos, Nigeria. That's my Nigerian people out there. And I lost my father at the age of 2, and I was raised by my mother and 2 very spirited sisters. And one thing my mother fundamentally believed in was the importance of education. And despite having less than an high school degree and working at the post office for over 21 years, she spent over 60% of her salary affording my school fees to one of the finest institutions in the land. And that's what led me to this magical place called America. I immigrated from 80-degree weather in Lagos to negative 22 degrees in Minnesota. And that was a character-building experience. My New York and LA friends always laugh at me when I say some of my hobbies is deer hunting and ice fishing. But during that transition, something important happened. My mother and I did not have a credit score. We walked into one of the biggest financial institutions to borrow money, and were turned away and had to go borrow money from a predatory lender at over 400% interest rate. My mother sold my father's wedding ring, and we borrowed money from church members, and that's how we got started in the United States. So really inspired by that experience, that's what brought me here and started my company, Isusu, which is built on a simple premise. No matter where you come from, the color of your skin, and particularly your financial identity, shouldn't determine where you end up in the wealthiest nation the world has ever seen.
100%. Thank you. Thank you both. So look, you're both doing just incredibly important work to make it easier for people to participate in our economy. And we know that our democracies are stronger, let's face it, when people feel fully included and hopeful about their future, that hard work and playing by the rules will play off. At the Obama Foundation, we are focused on value-based leadership, as you both know, and I have been so inspired that you are both working in ways that reflect your personal journey and those values. So Emma, let's start with you. You have amassed an incredible portfolio of apparel and lifestyle brands that are rooted in the value of inclusivity. And I want to hope that you'll share with this audience how you approach entrepreneurship and the business ventures that you decide to pursue.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I really want and think it's important to say that, you know, I'm in the second chapter of starting companies in my life, and in the first chapter, like a lot of 16-year-old school leavers, you do what you have to do to get by, right? And that was my first chapter. I went around and, you know, I had an early interest in fashion, and I did every work placement, anything that I could do to get closer to the creativity. And I landed in this very kind of strange world of celebrity and brand partnerships. And from that, I was able to leverage everything that I knew and everything that I'd created into an agency, which I was lucky enough to build and then sell. So 10 years after starting my first company, I found myself in the position of saying, what do I want to do next and what's important to me? Because it felt to me that what I was doing for the first 10 years of my career was pretty frivolous and without much meaning. And so having time to really think about my industry, I really kind of landed on this idea that I was really in a business that was incredibly exclusive, that spoke a lot about DE&I but did nothing. And I thought to myself that it would be incredible to build a company run by a black woman at the top of the company that would truly embrace the values of what it means to be a diverse business and an inclusive business. But don't get it twisted. I was also trying to make money, because that has been very important to me my whole career, because I didn't come from that. And so I set out to build a business that would retrain women about beauty ideals, that would actually speak to the media and the fashion business in a way that honestly wasn't being done 7 years ago. And if you think about where the industry has come in the last 7 years, you know, before Good American, there were no websites showing clothing on a diverse range of women. There were no brands doing what we've done that's become the absolute norm. And so I think that by doing things differently and being a bit of a rule breaker, I found unbelievable success. But it's about the values of the business being rooted in real purpose. We set out on a mission, and we decided at the beginning of that business that we would never waver from the purpose of the business, that we'd have a set of principles by which we would do business. And even though we would be unashamedly commercial, we would go after those things with the idea and the values of the business and never, ever, ever make sacrifices. And I'm very, very happy to say that, you know, 7 years later, we're still abiding by those principles. We've built enormous companies that provide jobs and value and have created a huge change in our industry, and we've done it all without ever sacrificing the principles.
You both really do embody, in my view, that you can do well and good at the same time. So Emma, thank you for sharing that. And we know you told us a bit about your roots, but if you could talk a little bit about what your company, your innovative approach that you're using, how you developed it, and how you believe that your strategy paves the way for future entrepreneurs, as well as your own success.
Absolutely. Something Isuzu is fundamentally built on, which is radically different from the status quo, is we coined a term called justice capitalism. And justice capitalism is this idea that you can do well and do good, and those things are by no means mutually exclusive. And what our business does at its core is, in this country, there are 36% of folks that are renters. That's over 110 million people. They send on an average $1,100 to their landlords every month. That's $1.44 trillion of money that goes to the landlords. But unfortunately, less than 10% of that data is reported into the consumer rating agencies. So as an immigrant, and considering the plight of my mother's experience and I when we came to this country, we built a business on a simple premise. When you pay your rent, we make sure it shows up on your credit score. And when you can pay rent, and here's the radical piece, we give people zero interest rent relief, so we are not solving homelessness backwards. And what constructs does this create? The landlord can essentially have a situation whereby if renters can pay rent on time, they can get that rent relief so they can pay their mortgage also. If a renter is paying their rent, we give credit where credit is due, so one day they can become a homeowner. And then as a society, we're not solving homelessness backwards.
So how is it that you make money?
We make money in a very simple way. We charge the landlords $2 per door per month, and we fundamentally believe poor people should not pay for that cost. The government has also stepped in and said, look, the average white family makes 10 times as much wealth than the average black family. And what the government has done, sometimes we get sort of defeated by the status quo, they've also came in and subsidized the cost of what we're doing. And they believe in this concept of a win-win-win construct in society.
So earlier today, we talked about the importance of institutions in building strong economies. We've talked about civil society, and we've talked about the role of media. But you are both business people. And so I guess as you situate yourself in your life's journey, and let's start with you, Emma, like, what impact do you want to have? What do you think long-term your work will do that benefits society? Give us a snapshot into the future and how you would like to be remembered down the line.
So I think there are two pieces to this. The first piece is really the proof point, right? That you can build billion-dollar businesses that operate with this set of principles and they can be commercially successful. That's the first thing, right? We have to check, we have to know where we live. This is still America, and I think that that's a really important part. But the second part is for me personally, and what do I do with the wealth that I accumulate? Because we talk so much about, you know, female founders, black-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, but you have to put your money where your mouth is. And so for me personally, it's about seeing other founders of colour really be able to succeed because I have decided to take a bet on them. So there's one thing opening a door and walking through it. There's another thing thinking about who's coming behind you. There's another thing entirely grabbing them by the hand and yanking them. And that's really what I want to do.
Yank them by the hand.
Yank them.
They like it or not.
Yes, absolutely.
Which means sometimes telling people not what they want to hear, but what they need to hear.
Well, absolutely. And I do that all the time because I think that there's so much around this idea of creating brands specific to your community, creating brands for a specific demographic. And what I say to founders all the time is just because you are a founder of colour, it doesn't mean to say that you need to shrink and reduce the idea of who you're servicing on day one. Absolutely not. So I'm like, I want founders to think really big and to think about who is out there and who needs servicing. And so the idea that black brands are not made just for the black communities is a really key principle. But it starts with the person that creates the brand, right? And so it's demystifying the idea of who we have liberty to service in the first place.
Wamimo, tell us a little bit about what you would hope your impact would be down the line.
The impact I hope to have is really simple, and it's wrapped up in Isusu's vision statement, which is to leverage data to bridge the racial wealth gap. And some of that work we're seeing happen today. Some of the folks that we've reported rental data for, we've been able to unlock $17 billion in new credit lines for them. So these people have gone on to go get homes, auto loans, and other financial products. And another thing I want my legacy to be is, you know, this little company called Isusu is now a $1 billion company. And that's something, what I want to do unapologetically is to kick down the door and make sure many of you in this room today can build businesses like that, pave the way, give you the resources, not just rhetoric, to make sure you can be successful and build win-win-win businesses on a justice capitalism framework.
So I would share with you both that throughout my career, I have had countless conversations with some really impressive young people who are doing their part to lift up their communities and build their careers, give back. But oftentimes, and we talked about this a little bit on the panel earlier with Ian Bassett and Governor Moore, like people, they just run out of steam and they don't replenish themselves, and when it gets tough, they tend to give up. And you can't make it in business without being both tough and resilient and willing to, live to fight another day. We heard about that on the panel 2 panels ago. One of the young folks who works in our administration, in our foundation now, had a business that didn't do so well. But you can't give up. So what would you say? What are the strategies that you use on those dark days where you think, and I'm sure this was earlier in your career, but you remember it like it was yesterday, where you thought, have I lost my mind? Is this really going to work? How am I going to get up the next day? How am I going to make payroll? What am I going to do to replenish myself and have the resilience that it takes to fight another day? So Emma, let's start with you. What is in your toolbox?
Oh, so much. I think it starts with mindset and expectations, right? Being an entrepreneur, surprise, surprise, does not look how it looks on social. It ain't that great. My day is a series of problems and disasters. Nobody comes to me and says, hey, Emma, everything's going great, ever. It literally never happens. And so I think setting your expectations to know that you need not just a thick skin and resilience, but you're going to need it over and over and over again. It's not supposed to be easy. And whenever you're doing something important or you're doing something that is meaningful, it's going to be difficult. And I think about my life, I have this whole thing about the rule of thirds, right? When you're doing hard stuff, for about a third of the time, you're going to be like, pow, pow, I'm so happy. The other third of the time, you'll be like, today's okay. And the other third of the time will be absolutely horrific. Like literally horrible. And it's when those ratios get a bit out of whack, when things are too good, you're probably not pushing hard enough. So it's like set your expectations from the outset that doing great things is very, very difficult. And then it's about mindset. And at the end of the day, and I look at this incredible room of people, your mindset has to be that I'm doing something for the greater good. And you have to think about that beyond yourself. And every day, I'm a mother of 4. So I have that constant reminder of my 4 little kids thinking, it's about you guys. And that really changes my perception. But I think that you can look here, you can look here, look to the side, look to the people around you. You're doing things, not just for yourself. And that's the best feeling in the world. When you're creating for the culture, right? There's just nothing better. And so I would just think about those 2 things as you go on your journey.
Vino, you're going to get the last word on this.
Yeah, mine is simple. It's boundless optimism and be caught trying. And I'll give you a very, very good example. Before Isuzu became a $1 billion company, we went to 326 investors. Yes, I keep scores. And they said no to us. They didn't believe in this idea that you can give low to medium income people in this country a fighting chance. And we got our break. And something very funny happened. I called my mother, and I told my mother, who barely has a high school degree, by the way, and said, hey, Mom, we just raised $130 million, and Isuzu is now valued at $1 billion. You know what my mother said? My mother's like, oh, I'm so proud of you. But how's the wedding planning going? So for me, something I want to leave you with is you're going to go through struggles. They're going to be painful times. I've been kicked out of a Denny's. But ultimately, you should be caught trying to make the world a more perfect place. It is hard. The state of affairs in our world today is not easy. But I have this sense of boundless optimism. I'm a kid of a single parent that grew up in the slums of Lagos, Nigeria, almost lost his life to typhoid, and then didn't even get to watch TV for the first 7 years of his life. But I'm here. And it's only possible in this remarkable country we call America, where it's going to take each and every one of your hard work. And like we like to say at Isuzu, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, it's going to take each and every one of you, my fellow young people, to create the future that we want to see. And that's what's going to help us go forward. So be caught trying.
You are the change that we have been waiting for. I remember throughout President Obama's 8 years in office, and then more recently, as he addressed the foundation staff, this time last year, actually, we had a gathering of our whole staff. First time everybody had been together since the pandemic. And he said, look, we're all privileged. And this is what he said in his administration to his team as well. We're all privileged. And we are here in service of those who are less privileged than we are. And if you lose sight of that, then you shouldn't be a part of this journey. Because this isn't about you, it's about those who you can help. And there is something not only noble, but extraordinarily satisfying to know that you're a part of something bigger and more important than yourself. But that doesn't mean it's easy. In fact, it means what we're trying to do is hard. Because let's face it, and to your point, President Obama used to always joke, when are you going to bring me the easy problems? So we're like, oh no, we solved those. We brought you the really tough ones. And I'm sure many of you who are leaders in this room experience the same thing. There are hard things in front of your desk every day. But when you feel like you're part of something that's bigger and more important than yourself, that helps replenish you as well. So please join me in thanking Emma and Wamimo for the incredible work that they're doing every
day. Thank you. Please welcome back to the stage your host, Baratunde Thurston.
Like your jacket. It's nice, man. It's nice. What's up, everybody? Good to be back. Give it up for our last discussion one more time, please. Yes. I heard a lot of heartfelt, inspirational thoughts, but also heard something that really spoke to me, which is that 326 investors said no. And if I had $1 billion company after those rejections, I would troll them on social media. I'm not advising this. Obviously, that undermines everything we've been through together. But I am petty, and I told you I'm about honesty, transparency, and no barriers between me and you. So, Wemimo, bigger man than me. Now we're going to take a little break, but we'll be back at 2:40 p.m. for our next session covering AI and building an inclusive economic society with President Obama. See you then.
Welcome to the Obama Foundation Democracy Forum. Our program will begin in 10 minutes. Please take this time to silence all mobile devices. Welcome to the Obama Foundation Democracy Forum. Our program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take this time to find your seats and silence all mobile devices. Our program will begin soon. Please take this time to find your seats. Please welcome to the stage Vice President of P33 and University of Chicago Scholar alumna Alina Agarwal.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are here today to talk about democracy. And it's my belief that a true democracy requires an economy that everyone has access to. I was born and raised in Chicago, the best city that there ever was, in an Indian immigrant family with disparities all around me. And I learned quickly that some of these disparities were mine to grapple with, and some were not. When I was 9 years old, my friends were causing chaos in the classroom, throwing candy across, ignoring the teacher, and when things escalated, the teacher didn't blame the kids at fault. He blamed who he always blamed, a black girl, my friend. As he was sending her to the principal's office, again, I raised my hand and said, "Actually, I did it." You see, deep down, I knew I wouldn't be in as much trouble as her. So I visited the principal's office, got a lollipop, a smile, and was sent right back to class. I learned then that the rules are different for different people, and the consequences are too. And that meant something. That meant that the rules weren't universally true. It meant the rules were made up, and sometimes they were wrong. Now, I've devoted my career to fixing these disparities in our society. At P33 Chicago, I'm working with the tech sector to do so, because tech is our future. It's where the jobs are, it's where the money is. The tech sector has the power to close wealth gaps unlike any other in today's time. And yet, most people, especially those black, brown, female, non-binary, cannot get into tech. You see, there's rules that push people away from tech based on not having the right degree, the right neighborhood for an office, the right fit for investing in a startup. These rules have led to more disparities, not less. These, my friends, are rules that we made up. These rules are wrong, which means that we are the ones to change them. That's what I do. I work with tech companies to act a little differently, to tie their strategic business needs to community needs beyond charity, so that community orgs can collaborate, not compete, so that higher ed pulls students in, not pushing them out, so that we start building inclusive workforces of the future right now, so that this whole tech ecosystem takes a vicious cycle of exclusion and turns it into a virtuous one. This matters in this moment, because without an economy that includes us all, we cannot have a democracy that serves us all. Through my work as a University of Chicago Obama Scholar and a member of the Inclusive Capitalism Working Group, a team of thought leaders that focused on economic inclusion, I've learned just how important this is for President Obama. And I've had the distinct fortune of meeting him well before any of these events. In fact, I was first inspired by President Obama as a 14-year-old girl at the Indian Independence Day Parade, where my parents took me to shake hands with the first major politician that had ever come to our local event. See, he was changing the rules that day, too. So today, with my own baby daughter in the audience, it is my deepest honor to introduce President Barack Obama. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Have a seat. Have a seat. Hello, Chicago. Thank you, Alina, for that outstanding introduction. I will say that Michelle would be jealous to see that she has a 6-month-old at home and she doesn't look tired. And more importantly, thank you for everything that you're doing to connect people with jobs and reduce inequality in the city that we love. I want to thank our amazing panelists who you've already heard from and who you're going to hear from, all the leaders who are part of our network, who've come from far and wide, all the experts who've generously agreed to join us for our second annual Democracy Forum. I want to say just how blessed we are to have you here. Now, I have always believed that the ideas of a now 62-year-old, gray-haired, although still relatively fit, ex-president are less relevant than the ideas and insights of you, a new generation of leaders. And that's why, after leaving the White House, Michelle and I started the Obama Foundation to inspire and empower and connect those of you who are going to be driving change for years to come. And we now have a global network of hundreds of young leaders from practically every continent who are tackling some of the most important issues of our time. And we have never needed you more than we need you today. As we speak, the world feels more unstable and more dangerous than it has in a very long time. Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine continues to challenge the international order. This summer delivered record-breaking temperatures across the planet, with an uptick in drought and flooding, wildfires. Right here in America, but also around the world, we've seen a continued assault on democratic norms, escalating political polarization, a lot of it fueled by a steady stream of misinformation and bile on social media. And of course, over the last few weeks, we have watched a deadly struggle unfold in the Middle East. Triggered by the horrific murder of more than 1,400 mostly civilian Israelis, many of them children, at the hands of Hamas, as well as the abduction of over 200 hostages. And then an Israeli response that has so far resulted in the displacement of well over 1 million people, the death of at least 9,000 Palestinian civilians, thousands of them also children, the cutoff of water, food, electricity to a captive population that risks creating an even greater humanitarian crisis. And all of this is taking place against the backdrop of decades of failure to achieve a durable peace for both Israelis and Palestinians, one that is based on genuine security for Israel, a recognition of its right to exist, and a peace that is based on an end of the occupation and the creation of a viable state and self-determination for the Palestinian people. Now, I will admit, it is impossible to be dispassionate in the face of this carnage. It is hard to feel hopeful. The images of families mourning, of bodies being pulled from rubble, force a moral reckoning on all of us. And the ensuing debate has roiled college campuses, divided friends and allies, laid bare generational divides, and set off a surge of anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim sentiment. And even here, within our Obama Foundation family, we've had to sort through our anguish, our outrage, our fears, and our differences on the issues. Not so much differences in the outcome we wish for. I had a conversation with a group of you around this issue, and you were passionate and pushed me around some of the public statements I'd made. And the issue is not a wish for different outcomes, an end to the killing, peaceful coexistence between two sovereign and free peoples, but rather different assessments of the path that we need to take in order to get there, and the roles each of us have to play in order to maximize the chances of what seems impossible right now. And yet, as heartbreaking as the news is right now, and it is heartbreaking, as daunting as all the challenges that we face may be, I stand here convinced that it is within our power, or more specifically, within your power, to make this world better. That's what this Democracy Forum is all about. It's an affirmation of our shared, unyielding belief that war and racial division and religious conflict and poverty and hunger and catastrophic climate change are not inevitable. We're here because we believe that humanity can bridge our differences and make better choices, that we can see each other and listen to each other and imagine each other's hardships and pain. And that this better future is most likely to happen under democratic systems of government. Democracies in which everyone's dignity is recognized, where the rule of law and human rights are respected by everybody, where people have a voice in how they're governed, where we all have a stake in maintaining the social order, and where we can disagree with each other, sometimes bitterly, without losing sight of the ties that bind us together. That's why we're here. That's the work you're doing. And if we're right that a renewed commitment to democracy is a key ingredient to solving all our other big challenges, then we have so much more work to do. Because right now we're up against a set of economic and technological and cultural trends that are sweeping across the globe, and they're weakening people's commitment to democratic values. And they are promoting violence and domination. And they're making us blind to each other. And they're making us cynical about our capacity to work together and govern ourselves. Now, in the lead up to last year's forum, we focused on one such trend, and that was the flood of toxic content on social media. And we heard how thought leaders and civic organizations, academia, the tech sector, are starting to reimagine the ways that we use this technology to strengthen communities instead of weakening them. How we can change the paradigm to reinvigorate journalism and combat lies and hate speech and rebuild social trust. And this year, we've gathered together an equally impressive group of thinkers and practitioners to look at another major factor that's eroding confidence in democracy. And that's the widespread sense that the global economy is rigged, that it serves the few at the expense of the many, and that even popularly elected governments either can't or won't deliver on the promise of a better life for the average family. Now, obviously, this is a huge topic. I am fairly certain we will not solve the problems of 21st century capitalism in this forum, and certainly not in a single speech. And you will be relieved to know that I don't intend to try. In the time I have left, my goal is modest. I want to offer a few thoughts about how we can start reframing our economic debate. I want to highlight a few ways that innovators, including some of you, are already starting to build an economic order that's more inclusive, more sustainable, more just, even if it's still right now on a micro level. And then we're going to bring up people who know more about this than I do to share a discussion around these issues. Now, let me start with some admittedly oversimplified economic history. And I'm going to make a couple of assertions that you may or may not agree with. First, the market-based economic system we commonly know as capitalism has been the greatest generator of wealth and innovation that the world has ever seen. Some of you may think that's controversial, but it really is hard to argue otherwise. Before the Industrial Revolution, economic growth barely budged, and the average person struggled to scrounge up enough to eat. For centuries, millennium. And then the combination of scientific advances combined with market-based principles caused production to explode and standards of living to accelerate. The main alternative to capitalism that emerged, a communist system based on centralized command and control planning, worked better in theory than in practice. Ask China, which shifted from a command and control model to a more market-based system and managed within a few decades the unprecedented feat of lifting hundreds of millions of people out of extreme poverty. The bottom line is this: while there may be, in fact, better ways than capitalism to organize the productive capacity of large modern societies, we haven't discovered those systems yet. Maybe one of you will invent them. Maybe there's an Adam Smith out there somewhere. But just because an economic system generates wealth and innovation doesn't mean it guarantees a good society. Because from the outset, turns out market-based systems have been compatible with slavery, caste systems, colonialization, war, exploitation, corruption, fraud, autocracy, the poisoning of our natural environment. Fortunately, thanks to the accumulated efforts, bit by bit, of reformers and organizers and visionaries, not so different from many of you, some, mostly democratic governments, began to recognize the need to moderate capitalism's excesses, especially after the Great Depression and World War II. Governments began making public investments in education and transportation, scientific research and housing. They constructed a social safety net to protect at least some of their citizens from destitution. They granted workers the right to organize, passed laws to protect consumer and environment, enacted policies designed to maintain the integrity of the financial system, to prevent monopolies and bring the system back into balance. Now, granted, these developments were uneven. Some countries over-regulated, others under-regulated. Some opted for a more generous safety net. Others left too many people to fend for themselves. But by the 1990s, as the Iron Curtain came down, the consensus was that the economic debate had been settled. There was going to be the spread of the free market. As far as the eye can see, global trade would steadily increase, and all this would lead to the advance of Western-style liberal democracies around the world. Also, everybody would be able to buy Big Macs. Most of you came of age just as that consensus was starting to unravel. Why is that? Well, it turned out that things like globalization, automation, the internet allowed big corporations and high finance to set up and do business anywhere. Shift money around with trillions with the click of a button. And, not surprisingly, many of them shifted money and operations to places with lower wages, lower taxes, fewer regulatory constraints, because for multinational corporations and high finance, that meant lower costs, higher profits, a bigger rate of return. That meant workers lost bargaining power. Small businesses couldn't compete. Local economies were gutted. And we were left with a winner-take-all economy that dramatically increased inequality within countries, between cities and rural areas. The other thing is that as business and finance went global, governments, including democratic governments, had more trouble enforcing tax laws and regulations and trying to bring balance to the economy. In democratic countries, unequal economic power translated into unequal political power. And the wealthiest people and largest corporations who could afford lobbyists and political donations were able to press to weaken labor laws, ease regulations, slash taxes, punch holes in the safety net, and reduce government investment in public goods. Meanwhile, China and Russia showed, once again, that capitalism actually could function quite nicely under authoritarian and/or corrupt regimes. And meanwhile, the financial crisis in 2008, just as I was about to become president, as well as the pandemic a decade later, showed how in a more connected world, vulnerabilities anywhere could put every economy at risk. So what does this mean for ordinary people? Even in the richest countries, all these trends led to stagnant wages, lower savings, more debt, greater job insecurity, higher costs, and maybe most profoundly, increasing doubt that their children would be able to match, much less exceed, their own living standards. More and more people came to believe that their government wasn't looking out for them, and that politics was a zero-sum game. And as anger and frustration rose, so did anti-immigrant sentiment. So did right-wing populism. So did a strident nationalism that has all too often led to the promotion by politicians of anti-democratic ideas and has often led to international conflict. So, how should we respond? There are some who argue that capitalism's overwhelming emphasis on growth and consumption is the problem. Its voracious consumption of our planet's resources. The sense that the only measure of our well-being is more stuff. And I think particularly in light of the potential for catastrophic climate change, I think a lot of people in your generation are thinking in those terms. And there's wisdom in some of this. Reforming our economy, as I'll return to at the end of this talk, really does require not just better policies, but a shift in our mindset. But I'm going to argue that growth, productivity, is still important. Those of you who are idealistic and progressive and are upset about inequality, you can't ignore growth. You can't ignore making the economy work, wherever you are working. Whatever level of development the communities where you are affiliated with may be. In Asia, in Africa, in Latin America, in inner cities here in the United States, in rural communities here in the United States, in some cases in places where the highest birth rates and the youngest populations are growing up, there are millions, in some cases billions of people who still lack reliable electricity, adequate shelter, access to medicine. Even if we could redistribute all the wealth of every billionaire on earth, address what rightly feels like an obscene amount of inequity, it still wouldn't be enough to lift all those people out of poverty. We'd still need economic growth to do that. Also, in richer democracies, like the United States or Europe, it's always been easier to build support for more robust social programs and more public investment and more opportunity for marginalized groups and more generous foreign assistance when the economic pie is getting bigger and people's wages are going up and people feel more secure. When things get tighter, people start feeling a little more selfish. So while it's important for us to focus on sustainable growth and inclusive growth, broad-based growth, we can't afford to ignore growth entirely. Which brings me to a related point. With automation replacing so many blue-collar jobs and pretty soon white-collar jobs, with the problems we've seen with social media, there is a temptation to blame technology itself for much of what ails us. And again, there are elements of truth in some cases to some of the work that's been done on the effects of and disruptions of technology. But the truth is, automation and disruptive technologies are not going away. It's hard to find an instance in human history where something's invented and isn't used. Whether that's the printing press or gunpowder or the computer. In fact, technological disruptions are only going to accelerate as AI models get more sophisticated. I think you may have already heard that from a panel, or maybe it's coming up. And there are some big risks associated with AI. And I'm encouraged that the Biden administration and other governments are beginning to recognize that and build out a possible regulatory framework to guard against those risks, and in some cases, slow down the widespread rollout of more powerful models before they've been tested. But it's coming. And in some cases, we're actually going to need AI and other powerful new technologies to help us solve tough problems like the transition to a zero-carbon economy. Like, that's a hard thing to do. If we can come up with pathways for new carbon-free energy sources, we have to seize them. So the question isn't how to stop these advances from happening completely. It's how to make sure they're subject to public debate and consider public safety and welfare concerns, and that the benefits of these new technologies flow to everyone, and that they're accessible not just in the places where they're invented or the companies that make them, but also in other countries and in poor communities. So with that framework in mind, let me quickly preview some of our work, some of the key opportunities that our working group identified to build a more inclusive and sustainable economy. At the top of the list are measures that can not only help workers find a job, but also get a bigger share of the economic pie, to return that balance. At the macro level, that starts with us making sure our governments, those in charge of managing the economy, support fiscal and monetary policies that encourage full employment. You know, for decades, economists told us we couldn't go below a natural unemployment rate. They estimated it might be around 5.5% without sparking inflation. But as it turns out, there's nothing natural about a steady unemployment rate that leaves millions of people out of work, and that is twice as high in some cases in African American communities or in rural communities. And recent experience right here in the United States shows that government actually can bring unemployment down to just under 4% while keeping inflation manageable. Lower unemployment and tighter labor markets give workers more power to ask for higher pay and move to better jobs. But it doesn't eliminate the ups and downs of the business cycle. So over the long run, we can't just rely on the Federal Reserve or a bunch of remote government officials. And one of the best ways to also raise wages and provide more financial security is to reverse the declining rate of unionization. Now, I will give you a few quick statistics for the United States. And obviously, there's an international audience. There are differences. But I know U.S. pretty good. Here in the U.S., at the peak of union power in the 1950s, about a third of private sector jobs were unionized. 1/3. And correspondingly, a larger share of the nation's GDP went to ordinary workers. And income inequality was at a low ebb. And the economy grew at a consistently high rate. Since then, the rate of unionization has steadily fallen. Not by accident, not because it was inevitable, but because of a combination of policy and business and economic changes. Conservative state legislatures passed so-called right-to-work laws. Congress and federal agencies weakened national collective bargaining rules. Manufacturers shifted operations to right-to-work states, or, as we already noted, offshored, shifted jobs out of the country, and Those that remained, they perfected techniques to beat back organizing drives. Meanwhile, the economy grew primarily in the service sector, which traditionally hadn't been the focus of unions. Take that all together, and the result is that today only 6% of private sector jobs in the US are unionized. 6% of private sector jobs are unionized. In the UK and Canada, it's twice that. Still not great. The good news is that positive attitudes towards unions in the US are the highest that they've been in more than 50 years. And we've also seen successful strikes, most recently between auto workers and the big three automakers, that show the power of unions to get a better deal for their workers. So we need to take advantage of this changing mood to push for stronger labor laws, both at the national level and the state levels, and we should support international movements to create unions in other economies. But if unions want to grow their memberships, they're also going to have to change how they do business. For example, unions used to be most heavily represented in manufacturing industries with predominantly male workforces. Oftentimes, those unions, not all, but many, and especially the trade unions here in the United States, were not particularly welcoming to folks that looked like me. Today, 84% of private sector jobs are in the service sector. That number keeps on growing. And in the education and health services sector, just to take one example, more than 3/4 of the workforce is women. It's surprising, isn't it, that really important jobs that don't pay any money are traditionally women's jobs. It's curious how that happened. Now, to organize those workers in these fastest growing sectors, it won't be enough to just negotiate over wages and traditional benefits, although that's really important. Unions are also going to have to find new and creative ways to meet the needs of these new workers. And those needs may not match up with somebody who was working on the factory floor. It may include things like continuing education, or reliable and affordable child care, or the ability to adapt to new technologies. Now, already some unions are doing just that. For example, during the pandemic, unions at the healthcare giant Kaiser Permanente negotiated to get workers up to $300 a week for child care. Locals in both the United Food and Commercial Workers and the Teamsters successfully negotiated for more flexible schedules to accommodate child care needs. And then, in terms of adapting to the new economy, look at the new contract between Hollywood writers and studios. It wasn't just about pay. It also stipulates that studios can't treat AI-generated content as quote-unquote source material and then force screenwriters to clean up whatever Joe and ChatGPT generated for less credit and a lower fee. So that kind of adaptability, that kind of creative thinking, that will increase the appeal of unions to a more diverse set of workers across a wider cross-section of the economy. And by the way, it also has the potential to be good for business. Because if workers are satisfied, if they're not stressed, if they're not trying to deal with what to do with a young child at home, that boosts productivity, reduces high turnover rates. And that matters in terms of how your business performs. All right, second thing we need to think about. How do we adapt the social safety net to new economic realities. I already talked about this. There's always been a difference in size and scope of social benefits that various democracies or non-democracies provide their citizens. Among rich countries, the U.S. has a particularly stingy safety net. In contrast to citizens in the Nordic countries, they historically have been willing to pay significantly higher taxes to support more high-quality public services and more generous social insurance benefits. What accounts for the difference? Well, it turns out that one of the foundations for building political support for a strong safety net is high measures of social trust. Right? People need to believe that everybody is putting money into these programs and everybody is taking money out. That right now I'm doing okay, but I might lose my job. I might get sick. Something might happen. There, but for the grace of God go I. So that I don't resent it when I'm not sick, somebody else is down on their luck. That kind of social trust is easier to do in smaller countries where everybody is named Sven. I mean, for any Nordics out there, I'm just messing with you. But the point is relevant. It is harder to build social trust and hence generous social programs in big, diverse countries like the U.S. where, let's face it, politicians who may have an agenda of just wanting to keep taxes low and not have to put in, they can play on racial stereotypes about freeloading minorities to weaken support for social insurance. But if our goal is to build social cohesion and strengthen democracy, then moving closer to a Nordic model makes sense. There are some trade-offs, but as long as government programs are well managed and transparent, more public benefits in exchange for higher taxes typically means lower inequality and greater economic security for everybody. It also means high-quality public schools. In Finland, in Denmark, rich people send their kids to the same schools as poor people because the schools are super good with really well-paid, highly trained, high-status teachers. And that produces well-educated, healthy citizens who also have shared experiences. And that, in turn, makes them more invested in how their government works and more invested in maintaining these social programs and creating good outcomes for the next generation. So that's my view about making social programs more robust. But whether we're talking about Denmark or the United States, rapid changes in the economy are still going to require other changes in the design of social insurance programs. So in the US, for example, the rise of self-employment, people's much more likely to churn between jobs, means healthcare, retirement plans, unemployment insurance can't be tied to a particular job or employer. Right? That idea of portability, it goes with you. As that part that's part of what the Affordable Care Act was all about. But we need to do more of that. And if AI ends up eliminating entire categories of jobs, if it means that as much stuff or as many services can be produced with fewer workers, not just on the factory floor, but in law firms or in graphic design shops. We may need to consider bigger changes, and we should start talking about that now. Things like a shorter work week, or a universal basic income, or guaranteed income. Ideas that can spread work around and supplement the incomes of people as they shift to the much needed work that I mentioned earlier that can't be automated, that a program alone can't do. Things like childcare and education and health care and elder care. Some of these ideas are being tested as we speak. Right here in Chicago, there's a pilot program called Chicago Promise that's been giving thousands of low to moderate income families $500 in cash every month to help them meet basic needs. And it's modeled after a similar program in Stockton, California. And it's showing early promise because the thesis is you improve financial stability, you improve well-being of low-income families, they actually can fix a busted car, they don't have electricity turned off, their lives are more stable. It doesn't discourage them from working full-time. It, in fact, makes it easier for them to go out and find a job and work full-time. And more broadly, one of the bright spots coming out of the pandemic has been evidence that the generous benefits people received during the lockdowns, which is unusual for the United States. Maybe one of the reasons why the U.S. economy has actually seen an unprecedented increase in new business formation over the past couple of years, because people had a little bit of a cushion to go out and take a risk and try that new idea. And that's the thing about giving people a safety net and helping them achieve their basic needs. Not only does it relieve hardship, not only does it strengthen our democracy, it can also empower people to be more productive and raise their ambitions and set an example for their children. And that benefits all of us. And that benefits the economy. And that benefits business. All right, number 3. We need to work on how to enforce tax and regulatory standards across national borders. As I said earlier, in every country, the wealthy, the biggest corporations, wield disproportionate political influence, and they typically use it to push back against taxes and regulations. Globalization only increases their leverage. They can shift money and operations anywhere. Even the threat of doing so often leads governments to engage in what I call a race to the bottom. They compete to see who can create the most quote-unquote business-friendly environment, which means letting companies do whatever they want. The only answer to this is more global cooperation. And of course, that is not easy to do when we got wars in Ukraine and the Middle East, and you've got increasing hostility between the United States and China. So this is not a short-term project. Part of what also makes it harder is, although over the long run, it's in the interest of all countries to regain some measure of control over their economies. In the short run, small countries may decide, us serving as a tax haven for the wealthy, us disregarding environmental or labor laws, it's our only chance to develop. Though in some cases with less than scrupulous regimes, it may also be an optimal way to engage in corruption. Now, the good news is we're starting to see examples, despite all the challenges internationally, we're starting to see some examples of strategic cooperation on this issue. So, for instance, 2 years ago, more than 130 countries agreed to a global minimum tax as a way to stop this race to the bottom trap. Countries are supposed to share information, enforce mutually their tax standards. And it's still early. Getting every country to actually enforce the agreement is going to be hard, but it's a start. And we should build on this approach. We're going to need similar international agreements to maintain global trade and shift to a more sustainable and clean energy economy. On trade, over the last century, trade has allowed poorer countries to pursue an export-driven strategy to develop themselves by accessing wealthier markets. A lot of time it's just extractive industries. It does not help those countries develop. In some cases, it has. In any event, increasingly, that bargain may not work. And part of the reason is because countries like China have gamed the system. They flooded export markets long after they had become one of the 2 biggest economies in the world and had moved into so-called middle-income status. And partly it's because workers in more advanced economies like the United States or Great Britain have pushed back against an arrangement that allows them to buy cheap TVs and sneakers, but may mean they lose their job. Not a great trade-off. So building a trade regime that helps everyone and not just some, and that can garner political support, will require new models of cooperation. We're going to have to create trade deals where wealthy countries are willing to open up to the poorest countries, even if those poor countries don't completely reciprocate. They're allowed to protect some of their own infant industries. But once those countries graduate to middle-income status, like China, then they have to provide more reciprocal access and start relying more on expanding their own internal markets in order to grow. And that same principle is going to be crucial if we're going to deal with climate change. Countries like China, countries like India, not to mention most of the African continent, they're absolutely right to insist they shouldn't be expected to sacrifice their own development while we're driving our SUVs. Their people still have a smaller carbon footprint on a per capita basis. Most of the problem was created by countries in the global north. All true. But the planet is cooked if they keep burning fossil fuels the way we have in the past, the way we're doing now, and the way they're doing now. So the United States could reduce its emissions down to 0 tomorrow. But if China and India kept on going at their current trajectory, we still have a problem. The good news is that innovation has actually driven the price of clean energy down more than even the most optimistic projections predicted. So now we need to encourage both more private investment and faster adoption and transition to clean energy. And that's what President Biden did when he signed the Inflation Reduction Act, the most ambitious investment in combating climate change in history. But the world is also going to have to subsidize the transfer and adoption of some of these latest clean energy technologies to the global south and help these countries build up the necessary infrastructure. The Paris Accord recognizes this. Not all countries have to do the same thing under the deal, but every country has to do something. The thing is, we have to move faster, not only because climate change will impact every country, but because it's likely to worsen problems like mass migration, cross-border conflicts that stress our democracies. Which brings me to the last key issue that our working group explored. If we are going to encourage more private investment in the common good, if we're going to create more worker-friendly policies, we have to reimagine how corporations are governed and operate. For more than 50 years, corporate managers have embraced the view, popularized by Milton Friedman, that their only responsibility is to increase shareholder value. That's all. The thing is, Friedman's formula isn't drawn from stone tablets. It's not an immutable scientific principle. This is not one of the laws of physics. It is a societal choice about values. Corporations are perfectly capable of operating efficiently and profitably while considering the impact they have on their workers and on their communities and on the planet and on our democracy. And I would argue that taking that broader view may actually improve their bottom line. Because in today's interconnected world, the best companies have to consider the long-term strategies that will help them retain talent or recruit talent from an increasingly diverse workforce. They've got to maintain their brand, or somebody is going to cancel them on their phone. They have to continue to innovate. Narrow obsessions with quarterly earning reports to satisfy Wall Street often makes that harder. And despite what some politicians might say about companies acting too woke, your generation is less and less interested in doing business with or working for companies that are not good corporate citizens. And maybe that's why, for the first time in years, so you're already having an impact just buying stuff. For the first time in years, we're starting to see a noticeable shift in how at least corporations talk about their mission. Our job is to make sure the talk is matched by action. So I'll give you an example. There's a lot of discussion right now. It's fashionable to talk about impact investing. And the idea is financial institutions claim that not all of their portfolios, but some of them, will only invest in companies that provide some social good along with a market rate of return. When you look under the hood, and I've talked to a number of the folks who are pitching this, sometimes, too often, these impact investing funds really are branding exercises in which pretty conventional investments of dubious social benefit, they may not be bad, but they're not solving huge problems, are dressed up and repackaged to make them more appealing. Fortunately, there have been serious efforts underway, both by nonprofits and academic researchers, and to their credit, even some of the investment funds involved, to bring some analytical rigor to the idea. So you reform rating systems that measure and certify companies, give them a good housekeeping seal of approval that they really are having meaningful impact on issues like climate change or providing education to the underserved. And we should encourage that. If we can make that work, that could be impactful. We also need to explore new types of corporate structures, from worker-owned companies to purpose-driven public benefit corporations that allow companies to operate for a profit, to benefit from the efficiencies and discipline that comes with the market, but also allow those same companies to pursue broader social goals at the same time. So, take Patagonia. Last year, the company's founder announced they would be transferring 100% of voting and non-voting stock to a trust and nonprofit set up to sustain their values and fight climate change. Patagonia will still be able to hire and grow and make those coats. But now all profits will be distributed to groups that are dedicated to protecting the planet. getting workers more leverage, expanding and redesigning the social safety net, improving cross-border cooperation to help governments tax and regulate and negotiate fair trade deals and transition to clean energy, exploring new ways for corporations to operate in a way that's consistent with profits and the common good. None of these steps are easy. We will not eliminate, through any of these steps, all inequality. We're not going to eliminate poverty. We're not going to entirely ward off the disruptions that come from AI and other new technologies. But if we take these steps, which are achievable, they would make our economy work better. They'd improve people's lives. They would reduce inequality. They would strengthen our democracies. One last point before we bring on the panel of folks who know more about this stuff than I do. Achieving any of these things will require more than just innovative policymaking. It will require more than just savvy strategic politics. It will require a broader shift in values. Now, the other day I went back and reread one of my favorite passages from one of Bobby Kennedy's speeches back in the 60s. That's Bobby Kennedy, the father, not the son. In it, he describes the standard measure of economic performance that countries and international agencies and economists use, gross domestic product, GDP. And he describes how it reflects what he calls the poverty of satisfaction that afflicts us all. And he goes on to talk about how GDP, as we use it, measures the locks on our doors and the locks that we put on our prisons. It counts the destruction of our forests and cigarette advertising. It counts nuclear warhead construction and armored cars for the police to contain unrest in our cities. What it doesn't measure is the health of our children, or the quality of their education, or the joy of their play. It doesn't account for our wit or wisdom, our compassion or our devotion to country. It measures everything, he says, except that which makes life worthwhile. When talking about the economy, many of us, including those of us who consider ourselves progressive, we obsess over the material measures of progress, income and taxes and wages and trade balances and the latest inflation numbers, and that is important. It's especially important for poor people, for working families with little margin for error, having a job that pays enough to cover the bills, putting food on the table, managing through a crisis. That's still out of reach. Material things matter. But goods, money, is not the only thing that drives us. A job provides an income, a paycheck, but it can also provide a sense of pride and belonging. People may want new furniture or the latest Air Jordans, but they also want more time with their families. They want a neighborhood where they can take a walk without being afraid, or passing by somebody who they know has nothing and is cold. They want a sense of purpose to their days. The choices we make about our economy affect all those things that make life worthwhile. And we shouldn't be afraid to talk about that. One silver lining of the pandemic was that it forced millions of people, especially young people, to step back and take stock of what's really important. Your generation is starting to ask tough questions about how you want to live and work and spend your time. And it may be that by answering those questions, you can help all of us realign our economic policies with our deepest values. Almost 200 years ago, Alex de Tocqueville described American society, American social and economic equality as, quote, the fundamental fact from which all others seem to be derived. He wrote that Americans put a kind of heroism in their way of doing commerce. But at a time when our bonds of trust are growing weaker, at a time when we are drowning in stuff, and yet people seem deeply anxious and unfulfilled, we need a new generation of heroes to strengthen our bonds of trust, to create an economic system that supports and sustains those things that matter, including our democratic values, for years to come. That's what many of our young leaders are doing. And it's up to the rest of us to do everything we can to support them. Thank you, everybody. All right. Thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage Baratunde Thurston.
Y'all can stay standing. It feels good. It feels good. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, Obama. Wow. There were some shockers. There were some shockers in that talk. I got to be honest with you. I didn't see him coming for the Nordic countries like that. Change your name to Sven. Get health care. That was low. I did not see him coming for fellow Chicago and Milton Friedman. I didn't see that one coming. He's like, Friedman's laws are not the laws of physics. But even those laws change at the quantum level. So credit to Alina with that dope intro. Sometimes these rules need to be changed. And I really appreciate him reminding us that we just need to add more democracy, more consent, more control, more of our voices into how all of this gets defined and all of this gets deployed. Can we just give it up for the crew also? Thank you. They've been doing a very, very smooth job all day long. We have a couple more discussions for you and then amazing programming, after party, all of that. Can we just get a vibe check? How are we feeling? Yeah, oh, thank you. Those house lights are dope. Good, good. I'm also doing great. Thanks for asking. Right now, I just want to set us up for our next discussion. You heard the president say there are people who know more about these things than him. Surprising, though. He could be a TikTok historian himself, talking about economic history and theory. But please welcome our next panel conversation about how we actually build this inclusive and just economy for all. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Professor of Public Policy and Economics at the University of Michigan, Betsy Stevenson, International President of the Service Employees International Union, Mary Kay Henry, MIT Innovation Fellow, Brian Deese, and Vice Dean for Education and Academic Affairs, Senior Lecturer, and Director of SAIS Women Lead, Chiedo Nwankwo.
Great, well, thank you. That was an awesome speech. And now, President Obama just laid out a framework for building a more inclusive and sustainable economy, and so we just want to dig right into that. And Mary Kay, I want to start with you and talk about unions and the roles that they play. We heard President Obama talk about how in the writer's strike, one of the things they were negotiating for was how are we going to treat AI? Are they going to become the servants to AI? And that's the kind of thing where we might expect the government to regulate. But in the absence of government regulation, they were right on top of that. we also heard the UAW, they didn't get this, but they were thinking about that 32-hour work week.
Yeah.
And so I wanted just to ask you, how do you see unions pushing forward where we need to go as a society to make sure that we don't leave groups of workers behind?
Thank you, Betsy. And I don't know if you felt this way. I turned to Betsy and Brian and Chi-Chi and said, I think the president answered a lot of that question when he talked about workers increasing their leverage in the economy. And the way I think about the broad answer to your question is that workers being able to join together and write new rules in this economy allows them to accomplish their hopes and dreams. And one example, Angelica Hernandez is a fast food worker in California. She's been organizing and striking and trying to get a union at her McDonald's for 10 years in California. And she joined together across employers, Wendy's, McDonald's, Burger King, everybody, and pressed the California legislature to create a fast food sector council where workers, franchise owners, and government officials are going to think about what are the minimum standards that 550,000 workers ought to have in that state, which is a groundbreaking way to think about bargaining across multiple employers in one sector at a time. And what Angelica Hernandez hopes is that her son, who said that he wanted to grow up and wear a McDonald's uniform because he was so proud of his mother, will be able to think of additional dreams that he might be able to accomplish because she's created a way to adapt in that 82% of the service sector that the president spoke of just now.
Yeah, so I really like that example of highlighting how government and workers and business can work together. Because it's kind of hard to imagine that we're going to be able to adapt if we're all working in silos.
That's right.
And speaking of working in silos, Brian, I wanted to turn to you to talk about, we just heard Mary Kay talk about, working within a country, but bringing government and workers and employers together. But actually, we live in a pretty global economy. So, let's think about global cooperation, because that's really, I think, like, a very important part of the solution. President Obama mentioned this. The global minimum tax has really been challenging, and I'm just going to admit something, because I bet a lot of people in this room hear the phrase global minimum tax, and they just open up their phone to see if what's interesting on TikTok. Like, it's kind of boring. But for me, when we're talking about like taxation, that's sort of at the heart of sovereignty. And regulation is at kind of the heart of sovereignty, yet at the same time, I don't know how we do this if we don't work together. So I guess, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about why this is important. What are some of the challenges you've seen in dealing with these type of global cooperations?
Absolutely. We got to find more ways to make tax sexy and cool, because at the end of the day, tax policy is at the core of our society, because everything that we want to invest in is based on our ability to collect revenue. And importantly, to the point you made, it also goes to very basic sense of trust. Because when people start to lose faith that the tax system is rigged, then they lose investment in where those resources are going. And one of the casualties of globalization is, if you go back and look at since 1980, we've seen a 50% reduction in corporate taxes paid as a share of GDP. 50% reduction over that time period. And a lot of that is because of what President Obama was talking about, an erosion in the global tax system, because as the economy globalized, you could play different countries off each other. And there was this race to say, well, you know what? If we move our headquarters to Ireland, or we move our innovation base to Bermuda, then we could pay lower taxes. And it's a triple whammy. One, you get less revenue, but you also end up with a system where companies are actually spending their time innovating on how to avoid paying taxes, and actual production, actual jobs, actual investment goes overseas. the sort of outsourcing and offshoring that we have seen. So solving that problem is not just an esoteric and wonky issue. It's core to can we actually build inclusive economies here and around the world. And this is a bright spot. This is a place where we should all take some hope, but with a lot of work yet to be done, because it took way too long, and it's not perfect. But we now have in place a global agreement across 130 countries, 95% of the world's economy, that says, you know what, enough is enough. We should have a 15% minimum tax, and that no matter where you move your investment across the world, you're going to pay that tax. So why don't you focus instead on where the best workers are, or where you can actually, have the biggest long-term impact. But now, here's the hard part, right? Which is we have an agreement in place, but we actually have to make that stick. And President Obama was diplomatic about saying every country now needs to enforce it. The single biggest country that is yet to actually step up and enforce this agreement is the United States, because we have to pass this through Congress, and we have Republicans in Congress who say, you know what, we actually think that we should give our corporations the flexibility to go around the world and to pay lower taxes if we can go to other places. So this is a big, important fight to go forward. We have to step up and do our part here, and then we have to make sure that we hold other countries accountable as well. But there's a big dividend on the other side: greater trust in our tax system and greater resources to invest in things like job programs, in things like childcare, in things like infrastructure in the United States. All of these things are predicated on a tax system that works. So I think this is a great example of something that should give us optimism, give us a path forward that we can reach a global framework and agreement, but also we have a lot of work yet to be done.
Yeah, I really love that you brought up how problematic the U.S. is on this, because it also is a really good point about how not all democracies are the same. Because this is an ongoing issue that the U.S. shows up to negotiate kind of global agreements. The negotiators don't fully have the power to do it, because they usually got to come back and get Congress to pass it. And they usually have a little bit more ability in a parliamentary system they come and say, we're going to do this, to actually get it done. Do you think that could continue being a problem going forward for the U.S.?
Look, it's a very significant problem, because if we're going to negotiate and then put in place durable international agreements, in many cases, we need congressional approval of those. That has gotten harder and harder across time. But I would say, two things of hope or optimism. One is it is possible. So this last Congress, without a lot of notice, the Congress ratified a treaty that will actually allow the U.S. to participate in a system to reduce hydrofluorocarbons, which again, sounds wonky, but they're among the most super polluting chemicals that actually are driving climate change. This Congress stepped up and ratified a treaty to have the United States participate. So it can happen, but it's tough. It's tough sledding here in the United States. I also think we have to make maximum use of executive agreements as well. President Obama historically actually negotiated the Paris Climate Accords, and the United States is a party to that agreement. It was negotiated in a way that doesn't need congressional approval as well. So there are ways around this issue, but increasingly we're going to have to make the case to our own lawmakers about why having the United States step up as a partner in these global agreements is not just about helping somebody overseas. It's core to our own democracy and our own economy functioning.
So before I move on, Mary Kay, I wanted to ask you, how are you thinking about these kinds of global agreements? Because, unions have played a huge role in negotiating trade agreements, but we're moving on from trade agreements to these sort of tax agreements, maybe regulatory agreements, climate agreements. What's the role for unions in all of that?
Well, one thing that we've done is to try and think about global labor agreements. Mm-hmm. So security officers in the United States used to not be able to organize alongside of our janitors. And because of work with global trade unions, we now represent 70,000 security officers, and it will be a growing part of our union. And so we think about, in relationship to the rest of the international trade union movement, how to engage in all those other areas, like global climate agreements and tax agreements.
Chita, again, before we move on from this global stuff, because obviously I love it, your work focuses on economic growth in Africa. How do people in African countries view trade? Is it seen the same as, how we see it in the U.S.?
Yeah, I think trade is a fundamental human endeavor, right? So yes, people across Africa view trade in the same way. I think perhaps what we should be, asking is, has trade and volumes of trade and patterns of trade, right, between perhaps the US and Africa been the same, and why has it changed? And what is this implication of the changes, right, in these patterns of trade? As we know, there's been a contraction in the trade relationship and volume of trade between the US and Africa for various reasons. And as we also know, this has had significant implications for governments, for lives, right, across Africa. Typically, we throw around, China in Africa, Russia in Africa, Turkey, and all of that. But we also have to start asking ourselves why we have these changing relationships across Africa, right? If AGOA and, all of these regimes, trade regimes, have been kicked back, and there's a serious contraction, Africa is obligated to enter into trade agreements that keep GDP going. And so we have these changing patterns in trade. And I think there is hope. There's been new conversations about the US retracing those steps and taking seriously trade with Africa to kind of begin to, again, defend democracy, right, as it were. But again, I would moderate my hope, because we've had the stories over and over again, and we land at the same place.
Well, relatedly, your work focuses on economic growth in Africa, including the tremendous engagement of women in the labor force. I also think just more generally about how young the labor force is and what young people are doing in developing countries, like in Africa, and how that will interact with, say, Western countries where we're aging very, very rapidly. So it's a very different dynamic. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that sort of powerful youth, female maybe not dominated, I'll let you choose your word, but heavy female youth workforce. How will that impact the global economy?
If you said female dominated, you wouldn't be too far from the truth. So currently, Africa's population stands at 1.4 billion. By middle of the century, it would have doubled. By the end of the century, we would have about 4 billion people across Africa, accounting for 40% of the world's population. In Lagos City alone, you'd have 25 million people, one city, you'd have 25 million people by 2035. And again, half of these, young women and young men. And you did say, yes, that's most of the Western world, the population is aging. I'll just, a little bit of stats. In the US, average age is 39 years. The same thing in China. In Japan, it is 48.4. In Germany, it is 44.9. Guess what it is in Africa? Anybody want to guess? 19. And the thing is, so much of the commentary around this demographic shift have been alarmist, right? And framed in derogatory terms. Africa is coming for you. Run, run, run. Right? And not to be Panglossian, right? There are valid concerns around migration. And Africa and the countries need to take seriously, right, governance and all of those structures to ensure less of exit and more of occupancy. Having said that, though, the world needs to acknowledge the fact that the market of the future is in Africa. And accept the structures of global governance starts to acknowledge the fact that Africa provides huge opportunities for global labor, for like the president was saying, President Obama was saying, we have President Biden now, right? For, limitations of the climate crisis. Until the world starts acknowledging that and start rethinking the idea of what we consider capitalism, right? And the structures and the architecture that drives it. For example, the IMF, the World Bank, they all need to start rethinking the framework, the fundamental framework. It needs to become developmental more. There is a need for rethinking, a rethought, a reframed Marshall Plan for Africa. Because somebody made one of the speakers said that if you marginalize a group, I think it was Mayor Johnson, if you marginalize a group, before long, the whole body politic will become sick. This continuous ignoring of Africa is going to make the world sick, and we don't want that.
Those are some really important and big points. I really wanted to bring those out because in some sense, I think that they're completely invisible to a lot of the Western debate around where trade is going or whether we can operate by closing our borders or can we end immigration. The reality is, it's like a little kid closing our eyes, right, and putting our hands over our face and being like, la, 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 it's not there. Like, Africa is there. Brian, you've seen up close some of the challenges in the United States around industrial policy, around fear over trade, fear over migration. How do you think about the tension between sort of some of the realities you just heard and yet the way people feel about wanting to build things at home?
So, look, I think that we shouldn't ignore the tension, but I think that if we think about this with a developmental mindset, there's much more opportunity than there is tension. Number one, we do as a country in the United States need to invest in ourselves in a way that we have lost our way on. It is actually the history of this country that we have historically generally had an industrial policy. And in fact, even when we tell ourselves a story that we don't have an industrial policy, we do. We have laws, regulation, investments that are favoring certain industries. They're just not focused on what's going to be good for working people in this country. So we need to invest in ourselves. And the good news is we are actually shifting that tide right now. We are investing at historic scale in infrastructure and innovation, in most importantly, clean energy, and it is delivering dividends. It's helping to combat some of the geographic inequality. And that is incredibly important for the stability of our democracy and the way in which our economy grows. And so the question is, how do you do that in a way that actually helps to lift all boats globally and doesn't sort of descend into an isolationist or a protectionist mindset? And I think that it's combining that with the recognition that we have global institutions. I just want to associate myself with this point. We have global institutions that were built for a prior economic era that are, in many cases, 70 years old. So our system of how we regulate taxes internationally, as we talked about, is way outdated. The way that we actually encourage trade and investment, these were rules written 70 years ago. And so we say, as ambitious as we are about having an industrial strategy domestically, we need to be ambitious about updating this entire framework internationally as well. And so whether it's for making sure that we don't have rules that prioritize intellectual property over human well-being on an entire continent, or we have a trading system that says it's okay to invest in yourself and your people, but we also have to have the ability to actually take innovation when it occurs in the United States and then connect it and allow it to expand dramatically in Africa as well. If you take just clean energy as an example, the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States is going to drive extraordinary innovation and reduce the cost of the kind of distributed deployable technology that's going to be critical for Africa's development. That's a hugely valuable service that we can provide to the world in driving down those costs. But if you put that through the existing international system, you're going to end up with too little innovation and too little of that benefit on the African continent. So I think the answer, rather than admiring that tension, is, well, let's fix the international rules in the international system. Let's have a Marshall Plan equivalent effort to try to say, how do we take these innovations in the United States, in clean energy, in healthcare, in technology, and then help to expand and accelerate the deployment of those innovations around the world, as opposed to limit and hold on to them ourselves. That's possible. It just requires a reimagination of an existing system rather than just trying to drive through the existing old 70-year-old pipes.
Do you have thoughts on this, Mary Kay? Like, how do we get American workers on board with the fact that there's a lot of change coming? And then how do we also make sure that they're protected in the way that they need to be protected?
Well, I think we need to expand the ability of workers to join together in unions, because through an organization, they have an ability to bargain an economic security that would then allow them to be willing to change. When Kaiser Permanente faced a 9-week strike in the 1980s, they committed to employment security as an agreement with workers that we're going to need to go through a lot of change. And if we could create that sense of commitment between employers and workers on a sea change that's going to need to occur because of climate change or because of AI, it'll allow workers a huge leap forward. That's why organizing in the gig sector right now, we're trying to figure out ways how we can write rules for gig workers to have a seat at the table. As Uber and Lyft innovate, as Postmat and DoorDash innovate, those workers are stitching together 2 and 3 jobs to make a living, and we need a way for workers to have a say.
We've just seen workers coming out of the pandemic probably have more bargaining power than they've had since maybe the late 90s. What should they do with it?
Well, that bargaining power, in my mind, Betsy, needs to be combined with support for the workers that are organizing and hitting a wall at being able to win collective bargaining agreements. So as President Obama said, 6% of the private sector is bargaining and raising wages in that sector. We need to extend it to the joint ventures now of the big 3 that are going to do electric vehicles primarily in the South, and right now non-union, if those workers don't have a shot at being able to join together in a union. We've been backing the Starbucks workers for 2 years. Starbucks refuses to settle a collective bargaining agreement with workers, and the Amazon workers voted in Staten Island 2 years ago and still don't have a collective bargaining agreement. So I think the thing we have to do in terms of the corporate citizen is challenge corporations' anti-union behavior so that that bargaining power for the 6% can be extended to the 30% of the economy so that all workers can do better.
You know, the Starbucks example kind of blows my mind.
Me too.
But I think what's interesting is they seem to really feel, Starbucks, the corporation, like, we know what's best for these workers and we gave it to them, so why don't they just shut up and get in line? And I just wonder what you thought about that, about these businesses. Like, we heard President Obama talk about businesses need to have more purpose and ESG, but in some of that there comes out this corporate arrogance of, well, we gave you what you needed. Mm-hmm. Do you agree with that?
Yes. I mean, that's one of the things we've actually heard directly from the former CEO, Howard Schultz.
Yeah.
Where he said, hey, I created the best standards in this sector. What are y'all worried about? And this really is a moment where people between 18 and 35 in this nation are saying by 77%, we support unions. But that part of our workforce wants a seat at the table and a voice in their future. And Starbucks workers know in their bones that AI and technology is going to transform that job, and they'd like a say in how it happens, and they actually think they could contribute to how Starbucks could innovate. And that's why collective bargaining is a mechanism to allow that to happen.
Because it's the worker voice there,
Correct.
right? It's the getting out the views. Like, hey, I'm on the front lines here every day serving this coffee and dealing with customers. I want to say, I want to tell you what I see.
Yeah.
There is this sense of this confidence of this young generation. And, you know, my hat is off to you. This confidence that is, you know, like they want to have their say.
I was at this great conversation between Starbucks workers, Uber and Lyft drivers, and they were talking about the mobile app that Starbucks has. And if they could, they would intersect between Uber, Lyft, and Starbucks and redesign how the app functions to de-stress what the barista has to go through and what the drivers have to go through. And that's the kind of win-win that we should be encouraging all across the economy.
So we're getting to the end here, but I wanted to end circling back to this idea of capitalism and like, where is it going? And, you know, I thought I would actually give each of you a quick chance to sort of give your thoughts, but starting at the end, like how do younger Africans, such as in Nigeria, see capitalism?
Africa's young is aspirational, and because of the failures, the limitations and the failures of capitalism, right, there's a bit of an ambivalence. But they have also been very entrepreneurial and innovative around working around the states and around the failures of the market. And at this point, the framework is for a rethinking of capitalism that partners with the state, business, and civil society so that it can generate social wealth and not just economic growth.
Thank you. Brian, do you have anything you want to add?
Look, I think that if we are going to make capitalism work in this next era, this sort of post-Cold War era, globalization 2.0, we're going to have to accept that the idea that letting the market work is letting all of us off the hook, and that we need to have a more active and energetic and engaged government with respect to how we invest, how we raise revenue, and how we regulate society, and that is not a problem. That's not a dirty word. That's not getting in the way of the invisible hand of capitalism. That's, in fact, exactly how we can shape our society to get the outcomes that we want. And so, you know, I think at the end of the day, we should see opportunity in that, but that's the work ahead.
I'm going to guess you're going to say we just need to make sure workers have a voice at the table.
I think the fearlessness and courage of working people, but most especially the 18 to 35-year-olds, are going to push all of us to reinvent a system that brings the best of capitalism with a sense of the common good that I don't think any place in the world has yet seen, but is possible for our nation to innovate. And I'm counting on this crowd to make it happen.
Well, that is a great note to end on. Thank you very much.
That's a hard question. What does AI mean to me?
Hi, my name is Daniel. I'm a junior at George Westinghouse College Prep.
And how old are you?
Oh, I'm 16.
Hi, I'm Destiny Stovall, and I'm 22.
I'm Luke Dyer, I'm 25.
I'm 17.
I'm 21 years old.
I am Tanai Bellamy, a 22-year-old grad student.
What does AI mean to you?
Okay, when I think of AI, my first thought is iRobot, the movie with Will Smith.
It kind of fulfills my dream of having a robot best friend.
Computers and robots, I don't really know.
Yeah, I have lots of feelings about AI.
There's a technical definition to AI, but there's also that visceral, emotional reaction.
The first thing I thought of was RoboCop. And so I was like, I don't know how I feel about this.
I'm generally very positive about it, outside of like the singularity.
Do you use AI at all?
Occasionally, like when we have to write papers.
I think about AI and I use it like pretty regularly.
Probably like ChatGPT, maybe a little bit.
Image generators like Dolly.
Google is an AI.
OpenAI.
TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat.
Just using Face ID is AI.
Like filters and stuff, yeah, I try to see that, but like not the stuff that you had to like pay a lot of money for, cause
Do you have any feelings about AI?
I think there's the extreme sci-fi end of the world scenario, but I don't think it's the apocalypse yet.
To me, it just brings up the concern of I don't know who I'm talking to, and I don't know if it is just a computer or if it's somebody behind a computer typing these responses. So how can I trust the information they're giving me?
Really what scares me is the ability to fake things will be extraordinary.
oh, we can make it look like Beyonce is walking in right now and just singing a song, but it's not really Beyonce, and it's like, whoa.
The rules are being made as the industry is coming up.
It's really just allowed anybody to speed up menial tasks, essentially.
You can't just ask students for the same things for assignments anymore. You have to be more creative because they're going to use AI, so using it as like a tool rather than stopping them from using it.
Like, we are kids that grew up in this digital age, so technology doesn't scare us because we recognize like how to use it and what it's here for.
If you could communicate with today's tech leaders, what would you tell them?
Include young people.
I would recommend that they keep in mind that this is to support humans and to support all the thought processes that we have as opposed to replacing it.
I think that AI is really useful in teaching us how to be better people.
Figure out how we can use these incredible tools to make the world a better place. I sort of hope that the court of public opinion and people that are at the forefront of this are trying to do it as ethically as possible.
And encourage them to think not so much about like what it means economically and what this means for the future of like humanity and our technology as a whole.
I would just say be careful. I think that if it's put in the wrong hands, that it could be negative. And so if we have limitations on what AI is used for, then that's good.
Whose hands should it be in?
Not mine. What's the weirdest thing you've seen come out of an AI prompt?
I think the weirdest thing is when they don't know the answer. I have information, but it's from like 20 years ago, so it may not be helpful. You're AI, you're smart, you should know all this.
Please welcome to the stage founding executive director of the Partnership on AI, Tara Lyons. Harold F. Linder, professor at the Institute for Advanced Study, Alondra Nelson. Vice President of Global Affairs at OpenAI, Anna Makanju. Professor at the University of California, Berkeley, Hani Farid. And Head of Law and Policy, Technology Threats and Opportunities at Witness and 2020 Obama Leaders Europe, Raquel Vasquez Lorente.
I brought my crowd. You have a fan section. All right, everyone. Good afternoon. We have an amazing panel for you today, and it's going to be a challenge. This conversation should really actually be called Weighing AI and Human Progress in 27 Minutes. So buckle up, because that's what we're going to try to do. I think I'll just start by saying that the video that just played was in some ways the perfect introduction to this conversation, because it really demonstrates just how many diverse perspectives there are held on AI, and not just by everyday users of the technology whose lives this technology is directly impacting, but also increasingly by institutions. And those include governments, civil society organizations, the companies developing AI in industry, and by scholars who have been studying this space for years from a lot of different ways, and those who are newly turning their gaze on AI as it proliferates. So I also just want to set the stage by saying there's been a long history of technology and policy development in this ecosystem, but I feel like interest in this space has really reached a fever pitch, and that interest is also being demonstrated by the global public policymaking community. Just this week, the Biden administration released a sweeping executive order focused on AI. The G7 released their guiding principles on AI via the Hiroshima process, and leaders gathered in the UK at Bletchley Park for the UK AI Safety Summit. And that was really all just in the last 72 hours. So this is a timely conversation. And I want to start with our panelists by basically just asking you all to introduce yourselves, because I've been in this field for a long time and I've always been struck by the depth of relevance of AI to so many different equities, issues, and aspects of all of our lives, and at a scale that's truly global. And I think a good way to introduce this issue and our conversation today is really actually just hearing from all of you how you came to this work and why you think this technology is important. So please briefly introduce yourselves and answer why AI for you and for your organizations, and why now? Start with you, Audrey.
Okay,
Thanks.
great. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am a sociologist of science and technology. I started thinking about this issue space because I was writing a book on the Obama administration. I was writing a book about people like Tara and President Obama, who brought to his 8 years in office an extraordinary vision for innovation, technology, and science. And I was very interested in projects like the Precision Medicine Initiative, the work that you all did on big data, and by the end of the administration by AI. So I was thinking about this as a scholar of science and technology and policy. And then I spent much of the last 2+ years, working in the Biden-Harris administration and working variously in the Office of Science and Technology Policy, and really sort of taking up the baton from some of the work that you all had done in the Obama administration. I think it's in 2016 that you all do a paper on sort of economic opportunities in AI, a white paper. And so some of the work that we would come to do in the Biden-Harris OSTP would really be about thinking as sort of the transformations that AI is starting to bring got closer to us. How do we do that in a way that's equitable, that has equitable innovation, includes many people and voices, and it expands economic opportunity for folks? And so how we tried to think about that was sort of what is a values-based way to doing innovation. And we developed in the Biden-Harris administration a project, a white paper called the Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights that's just been codified in part in this executive order that President Biden issued this week.
Yeah. Amazing. Thank you, Anna.
For me,
but is it? Because it looks like you, and it's your face, but it's someone else's body, and you are naked, and you then consider withdrawing your candidacy for public office. This is the perspective that we come from at Witness. So Witness is an organization that works with human rights defenders and civic journalists worldwide, and we help them use video and technology to expose the truth, defend democracy, and protect their rights. Since 2018, we've been leading an initiative consulting these communities about the harms, the potential harms and risks that manipulated media and deepfakes can bring to society. And over the past year, we've been working with a wide range of stakeholders, artists, creators, fact-checkers, technologies, across many different countries and regions to understand how generative AI and large language models may affect their work, but most importantly, what are the solutions they want to see prioritizing? So that's the perspective that we bring to the table from Witness.
That's great. I'm going to pick up on some of the points you just made, Raquel, in service of our next question. So I think it's important to recognize that the moment that we're in right now builds on decades of progress, successes and failures both, in both practice and policy design related to rights, social justice, privacy, social media, and platform regulation, and much, much more. I'm curious to ask this panel what you think is different about AI and the environment we currently find ourselves situated in. And what lessons can we draw on that predated this moment that we think are going to be important to kind of scratch at here? And I also, before we answer that question, I think the other piece of context that I think needs to undergird this discussion is a recognition of the fact that we are in the early innings of what's going to be a very long game. And what AI looks like and how we understand the sort of cutting edge of technology today is going to be transformed rapidly. Right now, there's sort of a widespread obsession, for good reason, with large language models. They show up largely through chat interfaces, but we're going to wake up potentially in 24 months to a totally different technology ecosystem. There's going to be different machine learning paradigms that emerge that influence that. There's going to be policy decisions made that influence that. So with that as the backdrop, what is different about this moment, and what are we looking back on that is going to inform our solution generation going forward? Maybe you want to start us off.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
I mean, certainly what's different about this moment is that we have a very powerful tool that was introduced as a consumer product, almost a year ago. And I think it brought, many of us on the stage have been having this conversation for a very long time. And we know we have AI is in our iPhones, AI amplifies social media and our lives. I mean, so there's artificial intelligence sort of tools and systems all around us. But I think the introduction of consumer-facing tools sort of brought to the larger world the sense of the power of these tools and their ubiquity in a way that we didn't quite, I think, appreciate in total before. And so it both was, I think, that initial moment of about a year ago, thrilling and interesting. I mean, at their best, these chatbots are like fun and they're kind of, quirky and fun, and you can do fun things with them. But they also, I think, brought a lot of trepidation for a couple of different reasons. Trepidation because, to your question, Tara, about what are we learning from? We've just gone through sort of 15 years of a social media era in which we've seen quite a lot of damage to democracy, to the social fabric, and more. And so the trepidation is sort of, here we go again, and are we going to get it right this time? And what are the things that we need to put in place to get it right? And the trepidation also because, sometimes the tools are wrong. The tools hallucinate. There's already, evidence that the tools sometimes, discriminate and sort of amplify and exacerbate bias in life, things that big problems that we're already trying to grapple with in society. And so to make those worse, I think, is quite trepidatious for us. So there's a lot of work to do, but I think I think this is an opportunity, the fact that it's not just people who work in this space as educators or policymakers talking about this, that there's a wider kind of global conversation happening is really important, and I hope that we will seize that opportunity.
That's great.
Go ahead. I can build on what Alondra is saying, because what we have identified from talking to communities across different countries is that there is something new, there is something old, and there is something borrowed when it comes about, at least from our perspective, audiovisual content in the context of generative AI. And if we're talking about something new, is that inconvenient truths are easier to dismiss. And what we are seeing is that the burden of truth is now being shifted to those who are trying to hold the powerful to account. And as Alondra was saying, there is also something old here in the sense that is what we call cumulative disadvantage, that those communities that were already most at risk of discrimination or targeted because they belong to a particular group or gender or sexual orientation or race or ethnicity, here we are seeing that discrimination, marginalization, and vulnerability gets amplified with some of these tools, generative AI tools. And also to what Alondra was mentioning about social media, we see that there is something borrowed here, which is we are borrowing from the failures that we had with social media when we totally fail at including the voices of the global majority. And we design technology without their voices, yet they were the ones bearing the biggest harms on them, right? So I think if I have to leave you with one thing today, it would be that this is, from the perspective of audiovisual media in the context of generative AI, this is not a crisis of just identifying what is fake, but of protecting what is true. Because when everything and anything can be dismissed as AI manipulated or edited, the question here is, how do we elevate the voices of those who are trying to protect democracy, like many of the people here in the room?
I was actually going to agree with what you said, Tara, which is that we are very much at the beginning still of this technology. And of course, we know that the tools are going to become more advanced, but less, I think one thing that we don't talk about as much is that right now, as much as ChatGPT, for example, is constantly in the news, the statistics we've seen, for example, in the US is that about, I think, 8% of Americans have actually tried it. So right now, actually, not that many people have interacted with it, and that will change. And of course, these tools are also becoming incorporated into the way a lot of companies work, into the way governments work. So it's also the mass incorporation of these tools, their interaction with each other, that's going to change a lot of things. But I think what is really different, and I see this quite clearly at OpenAI, which is that we're no longer coming to this with sort of the utopian belief that technology is inherently good. We understand all of the problems that my co-panelists were just raising, and we're working very hard to build on that from the beginning. And of course, we're being held accountable quite broadly by governments, by civil society, by academia. So the conversation is looks very different than the conversation around technology 20 years ago.
I'm really glad to hear that, by the way. So from my perspective, there's a couple of things that are different here. So first of all, just to frame the technology revolution, the PC revolution, from mainframe computers to personal computers, took about 50 years. We thought that was fast, by the way. The internet revolution took about 25 years, the mobile revolution took 5 years, and it took about a year for ChatGPT to get 1 billion users. 50, 25, 5, 1, it's accelerating at a pace that we don't fully understand. So when things move that fast, it's very hard for us to keep up with that. That's number one. And number two is when you look at the core technologies of AI, there's really two pillars. We've been talking about generative AI, which is the fake images, the fake videos, and the ChatGPTs. And then there's the predictive AI, which is the sort of more quiet behind the scenes. Predictive AI, how does that work? Well, in the courts today, in this country, people are ingesting data about somebody who's been arrested and then making decisions as to whether they should be given bail. People are using predictive AI to make hiring decisions. They're using predictive AI to make loan decisions. And that predictive AI is based on historical data. So if your historical data is biased, which it is, against people of color, against women, against LGBTQ community, well, guess what? Your AI is going to be biased. And so when we push these systems without fully understanding them, all we are doing is repeating history. Now, on the generative AI side, understand that the reason why generative AI works is not because we've invented a new widget. It's because we've taken billions of pieces of data, of text, of images, of video, of audio, of human creation, and we've shoved that into a machine and have taught it how to create content in our likeness. And so earlier on, you heard President Obama talking about the economy and what it means to the disruption. And so these AI systems don't exist without us. And that is a very new type of technology because it is very much a data issue, less so than it is a computing issue.
That's an interesting point. The inherency of humanity in them is sort of ironic, right?
I like that.
And the inhumanity.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Something to ponder. All right, so I want to take us somewhere mentioned by President Obama in his speech just a few minutes ago. We have a really multi-sector group up here, very much on purpose. I think there's increasing recognition that we need a plural and deliberative approach when it comes to driving the best outcomes from AI, spanning law, policy, regulatory development, practice within industry, building an evidence base in the research realm, and advocating for a representative array of solutions via civil society. So how do we build a more robust working relationship between these diverse perspectives? How do institutions of democracy further need to evolve in order to adapt to technological change? If you're interested in taking your answer there, I'd be curious what your take on that is. And importantly, I think, what role does multi-sector influence have to play in that project? Does anyone want to start us off? Okay. Everyone's pointing at Raquel.
I actually wanted to build 1 second on what you were mentioning because you brought up two such key issues, which is one is that AI is forcing us to think about the balance of individual rights and collective rights. Because these harms are not only individual, they are also collective, and AI relies on data aggregation. So I think this is going to be a challenge moving forward. And the other thing that you mentioned that really resonated with the work that we are doing at Witness and my work is how we think about our own likeness. Because not all AI audiovisual manipulation is harmful, right? There are uses like political satire, like creativity, activism, even identity protection. And those uses need to be protected and celebrated. But how do we think about our likeness, something that is so intrinsic to us as human beings, and moving forward, like how do we protect our likeness from those targeted attacks for non-consensual sexual imagery that is synthetic, for instance, and how do we protect as well audiovisual manipulation that has satirical use? So like I thought like it was so important that you brought that up. And then on your actual question of, I think for future-proofing democracy, again, going back to that framework that I like using, is like there is something new, old, and there is something borrowed. And there is something new in the sense that, yes, we need new legislation and new policies at the companies, but we are not going in the blind. And like, we have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and I will not go out away from this big stage without mentioning that I think one of the most important socio-technical skills moving forward is going to be those people who can translate our international human rights framework into AI policies and legislation. And then to wrap it up from my side, like I think in terms of something old that I was mentioning as well before, is that I don't think it's technological progress if we are leaving people behind. That is not progress. That is an illusion of progress that is perpetuating systems of oppression and inequality. So with technology, it's not how far you go, but how many people are you bringing with you? And if we are talking about the borrowed part, I think Alondra mentioned it beautifully before. I think here is where we want to bring, when generative AI is so much hype, we need to bring those reasoned voices that have lived experience, that have harms, that they are not necessarily AI experts themselves, but I think we need to create these processes, and at Witness we've been consulting communities since 2018, and it's not only centering their harms, but also centering the solutions they want to see prioritizing.
I was just going to say that, so one really interesting thing about this technology is steerability. So as Hani mentioned, there is an enormous amount of data that goes into sort of creating the technology's ability to think. But the difference is that now we have an entire different process, which is the post-training process of these models that allows us to steer its behavior in certain directions. And this, so we spent a lot of time thinking, like, when we are steering it, what are we steering towards? So we have, and many partnerships of sort of bringing in organizations from the outside with certain expertise to think about where this technology can go and how we make sure that it doesn't sort of, reflect biases or do the types of harmful things that we, could imagine it doing. We also have, human trainers that we try to make as diverse as possible and bring in so that they are, part of the building. And we gave $1 million in grants to do a bunch of experiments and democratic input, because if we are trying to build a technology that's going to benefit everyone, then we really have to figure out what are the mechanisms that we can use that are novel for this novel tool that allow us to have as broad an option for style input as possible. And of course, Partnership on AI, other multi-stakeholder organizations that work on this are going to be really critical to this conversation. And I couldn't agree more that the more people we bring to the table here, the better.
That's great. So we have just a few minutes left.
I'll do a quick one and give you the last word. I'm an educator. I'm a math nerd. I think you should take multivariate calculus. I think you should take linear algebra. I think you should take probability. All that stuff is great. I know. I knew that was going to get a laugh. But here's the thing. If you're going to be an engineer and if you're going to be a computer scientist, you got to take a course in philosophy. You got to take a course in history. You got to take a course in world religion. Like, you got to learn about the world. I think for a long time we thought technology was like Las Vegas. What happens on the internet stays on the internet. It is no longer true. You got to understand that your technology is impacting real people and real lives, and you got to understand those lives.
All right, bring us home, Alondra.
Oh my gosh, how
No
do I
pressure.
follow all this? Well, I want to go back to to Hani's point, because I think part of what needs to happen for more people to be at the table is for us to really demystify these tools and systems, right? So Professor Fareed said we had the mainframes, and then we had the personal computers, and then we had the mobile revolution in our iPhones. We don't think of any of those things as being sort of magical and out of our reach, right? In fact, they're just more work-a-day. Like, your phone is almost an appendage of you, and you think you control it, and you have a sense of agency around that. And we should feel that way around AI. I mean, fundamentally, particularly with generative AI, as they're being developed, these are kind of general purpose tools that can be used in lots of different ways. So that means as these tools are being built out and developed by companies like OpenAI and others, they might intersect your life in a lot of different ways and a lot of different facets of your life, from entertainment to education to healthcare. And all of us should have something to say about all of those places where these technologies sort of have a role and a growing role to play in our lives, particularly because they require a lot of data. There are privacy implications. There are implications about security and whether one wants to consent to having your data used and the like. So I want I want people to understand them really just as tools and to sort of demystify. And then lastly, I would say that people really need to, after kind of accomplishing that demystification, really be willing to sort of step into the conversation and not be intimidated out of the conversation. And so, you should learn multivariate algebra, but you don't have to have.
That's not what I said.
What did you say? What did you say, Professor Reed? Learn the maths, people. So learn the maths.
And the human rights law.
And other things.
And other things. But even if you're not an expert in mathematics and a distinguished professor like Professor Fareed, you can have an opinion about this very powerful tool that's going to accomplish a quite significant social transformation, and that we have choices to make as a society about what we want our future to look like and how we want these tools to be used in that future. And it really is going to fall to all of us and all of you to do that work.
Well, you did a beautiful job closing for me, so thank you so much. That was a perfect ending, I think, to this panel. The key takeaway being step into the ring. So thank you all.
Thanks, everybody.
Hey, we're back. Love that license-free music. Yes. What's up, y'all? We have had a whirlwind of content and ideas and provocations. These last few sessions got me thinking about a way to think on the AI thing. We have a requirement for 3 C's: consent, that we opt into these things and govern them ourselves, control over how they're used, compensation when we are involved in the making of value around this. Also, we know they're going to accelerate things, but they should be augmenting and not simply replacing, and they can accommodate many of us who have various abilities. There is a lot of positive possibility, but obviously peril at the same time. Technology is most definitely going to play a central role in our future, and the key takeaway here is that we have a role to play in determining what that future looks like. So I have had a wonderful time learning with you, helping moderate things for you. And we have one more thing going on today, which is very much a treat of a lifetime for me. I would like to welcome back to the stage the 44th President of the United States and Michelle Obama's husband. Michelle Obama's husband.
I had to go eat. nothing to be too excited about, I promise.
Convention center food.
Yeah, exactly. There's a big building, so I think you should assume that it was not any delicacies.
No.
Please.
That's the after party. So, Mr. President, hello.
Hello.
I want to acknowledge a moment that you helped me have in my life in 2008. It's election night, November, and I worked for The Onion.
I mean,
America's finest news source.
I have to say, the Onion is solid.
Solid, good.
Even I read The Onion.
Where this goes next is fun. So I got to be the one to push publish on the story that The Onion ran when you were elected. Mm-hmm. Through social media, on the website, and still in print at the time, Black man given nation's worst job.
I remember that headline, and that was you.
I didn't write it, but I pressed publish, dang it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll give you some credit.
Thank you. I accept that modest amount of credit. Listen, sir, I know you have been talking recently about our need for a healthier information ecosystem.
Mm-hmm.
You today made a strong case for not just an inclusive economy, but a reimagination of even how we define economy and our progress in that. When I look around, I see not only what you've described today in terms of some of the hardships and harshness, but I see a level of speed of change that is well beyond the hope and change you were talking about.
Yes.
Right? Climate change, too fast, too furious.
Right.
Economic change, too fast, too furious. And we also have technological change.
Right.
Amidst all that, democracy itself is struggling to keep up, maintain relevance, maintain trust. How do you want us going forward to think about these things?
Well, first of all, I hope all of you have appreciated the amazing panels that the foundation put together. I got a chance to catch some of them. Many of these folks are people who I've had extensive conversations with. For them to put the time and the energy and the effort to come here, to brief us, and now for them to collaborate with some of our leaders and fellows around these issues, I think is remarkable. I'll say this, and I mentioned this in my previous remarks. I genuinely believe these issues that we've been talking about are solvable and manageable. We can't arrive at perfect solutions to some of these things, but we can do better. Certainly better than we're doing now. But
it's okay to clap for better, y'all. Better is good.
Better is good. But whether we're talking about the economy, whether we're talking about dealing with AI and its ramifications, whether we're talking about misinformation and sort of the toxic media environment, the prerequisite to solving these problems, the foundation, the ingredient that we're going to have to get in the mix is how do we, starting with our personal interactions, our interactions virtually, our interactions publicly, in organizations, how do we see, listen, hear to each other in ways that allow us to meet and respect and recognize stories that are sort of the threshold requirement for us to then engage in common work, right? For us to be able to work on climate change, work on the economy. And so part of what I've been spending a lot of time thinking about, part of what I've discussed with a bunch of the folks, in various smaller groups, part of what I've had discussions about with young politicians, media figures, is how do we balance this idea of diversity? We each have our own identities. We each have our own stories. We understand the power of narratives. And I think this generation in particular very much wants to talk about, who's controlling the narrative and making sure that underrepresented groups are there and women's stories are there and the African American story is there. The conversations we're having right now about the crisis in the Middle East, a lot of that is around competing narratives, and that's right. And then the question is, how do we then take that understanding that everybody's stories matter, that we can't just look at the world through one lens? How do we do that and then still find the possibility of finding common ground? And then still aspire to understanding and empathy and collaboration? And what language can we use? And what organizations and structures can we employ to encourage that rather than the opposite? Because right now it feels like it's going in the opposite direction. We really don't hear each other. We really don't see each other. And if we can't break through that, then we'll never get to all the wonderful ideas and amazing projects that are out there. We may be able to do it on small scales in communities in which everybody kind of agrees with each other, but we won't be able to do it at the scale of nations, certainly not internationally. Now, here's the good news. I think people are starting to instinctively understand that the levels of polarization that we're at right now is not helping anybody, except maybe some talking heads and folks on TikTok, who are monetizing it, by the way. Thank you. So people kind of sense this isn't healthy, but we don't kind of know how to get out of it. And part of what I'm hoping, let me plant a seed for all of us so that when we reconvene next year, we've got some concrete answers. I'm going to spend a lot of time thinking about how do we create concrete practices and language that simultaneously recognizes people's unique experiences, but also says, I can still, not only can I see you, but I actually really do understand. And I really do think that you and I have something in common, and we have a project together to make your life better, my life better. And that may involve creative ways of organizing on the ground. It may involve what we've already talked about, new forms of media. But it's also going to involve, I think, kind of a leap of faith on people's parts. We're too comfortable right now with the idea that the other side are idiots and hateful and you can't be reasoned with. We're a little too comfortable right now with that idea. And some folks are crazy.
Thank you. How do we get out of it?
But the majority are not. And I speak now as a progressive. I actually think that if you believe in democracy, if you believe in bottom-up progress, it does require you to have a cautious optimism about the goodness of other people. Because if you don't have that, if you don't think that this person across the void for me can understand me, because if you don't think a man can understand and sympathize with a woman who's experienced, sexual harassment or been passed over for a job despite being more qualified. If you don't think that, if you're a black person and you do not think that a white person is qualified to understand and empathize with your experience or your people's experience in a sincere and open way. And, by the way, if you don't believe that that person who's not like you doesn't have standing to then also call you out if sometimes you are not seeing them because you've decided that your status, your identity, your story immunizes you from being questioned. If that's how our conversations are set up, then we're not going to make a lot of progress. So I want to. So I'm gonna go, away for 11 months. I don't mean literally go away, but I'll be.
You're like, wait, what?
I'll be leaving the forum, and I'm going to be really stewing over this and
giving yourself some homework.
I'm giving myself some homework, and I'm giving all of you some homework. People here are already working on this issue in very concrete ways, both here in this country and in other countries where these divisions and these forces of polarization are operating. So together, hopefully, we can do a little brainstorming. All right?
Yes, we can. Yes, we will. We are winding this thing down, and I just want to take a moment to close this whole forum out with an expression of gratitude. My mother never lived to see your presidency, but she saw your momentum. She felt it, and I got to experience it. And one of the things I learned from you, it was an indirect lesson by being a part of the campaign as a volunteer. You innovated in 3 ways. You innovated in how a candidate can communicate out to the people, social media, all that. You innovated in how a candidate can listen and take in from the people, including money. I gave a lot of money.
You didn't have that much money.
See, why you... Oh, so true. I was broke. Hilarious.
But for you, it was some serious money.
Significant portion of a tiny net worth.
It was like Starbucks money.
It was dinner money, bro.
Yeah.
Way more than Starbucks money. Sometimes rent money. But
it was Happy Meal money?
I wasn't counting, but I have receipts. But the third way you innovated, and I found this the way the campaign operated, we did our own thing. We came up with our own literal playlist. We met each other, found each other, and built something together. And I realized this dude has just created an excuse for us to see each other.
Yeah.
You stepped away enough to get out of the way enough for us to see each other. And before your presidency, you were doing that. During your presidency, you were doing that. And to see what this foundation is up to, inspiring, empowering, connecting, you're still consistently doing that. So thank you. You say we need to see each other, and you're helping us do it. And that is walking the talk, and we need more of that. Appreciate you, man.
I appreciate the contribution, but those words made me feel even better.
Good.
Thank you.
I got more. Thank you, everybody, for being a part of this. We'll see you at the reception and the parties and everything.
Love you.
All right.